Welcome to the Game Changer 00100 show. I am your host, Game Changer. So, this whole philosophy, whatever you want to call it, this cultural phenomenon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in my opinion, it's a cultural loophole of boys can't hit girls. Is one whose faulty logic has actually come to play in modern times. You see, rules like that existed in conjunction with a lot of other unspoken rules. For example, boys can't hit girls, but boys can hit boys. Girls can't hit boys or girls. That is the unspoken part. Girls can't hit boys or girls. At the time of chivalry, at the time such rules were made, it was clear what a young lady's role and position was, and violence was not a part of that at all whatsoever. Now, because the rules of chivalry has ended, at least for the women, they don't have to be a lady, but we're still expected to be gentlemen, hold the door, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So because things have flipped in that regard, it's like, okay, boys can still hit boys still cannot hit girls, but girls can hit both girls and boys. That's the rules as it stands, which means that a woman can hit a man or a girl can hit a boy and not get hit back. Now, I know what you all are thinking. You all are thinking like, GC, that can't be real. Girls don't go around hitting boys. And if so, society doesn't condone such behavior. Oh, that's depraved. That's just wrong. What kind of first world society would allow such a thing? Would allow someone to be bullied as if they were Jim Crow era Southern Black person dealing with unfair and unbalanced laws and authority system? Well, want to show you something. Hit that like button while I do that. And feel free to comment in the comment section. I will address those comments shortly. Okay, let's take a look and see what transpires, shall we?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. No. Please stop. Look at our faces. Sorry. Look at our faces. Get up and look at our faces. I'm sorry. There. No. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Look at my sister. Look at my sister. Sorry. No, that is my sister. Look at her. Look at her. And say so. Why you say that? Oh, they're fine. But look at me. I didn't necessarily come.
All right.
Are you a boy or girl? Leave him.
Be gentle.
Be gentle. Don't break. Don't rock at you. Done. Get some face off of me. Look at my
No, girl.
I'm sorry, our sisters.
That's why you don't mess with girls. They always got more in their squad.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the word? Get off. Please. And thank you for tackling me very much. You're welcome. I love that. You can get down my budget now. Put it on Instagram or Twitter.
All right.
I do too.
All right. So there you have it. You have a little boy being assaulted by a bunch of girls, while the authority figures stand and watch and say stuff like, that's why you shouldn't hit girls because it's always more of them. One of them, the black one, seemed to be significantly older than he was, but that's okay. And it's not like this was, I know that they were play fighting and stuff like that, but the reverse situation would not have been condoned now, would it? You have to draw the line somewhere. If you allow such things, if you teach children that this type of behavior is okay at a young age, then let's see what happens when they get older. Oh, and by the way, the video ended with him running away from the four girls as if his name was Jonathan Majors, a person who was assaulted by a woman and then arrested for assault, because that's the world we live in. So let's see. Let's see how this plays out in the future. We're going to go back to the future or back to now and review. I remember it was like 4 or 5 girls, all of them getting their licks in. Some of them probably didn't even participate in whatever the boy was apologizing for. They just thought that it'll be fun to get some licks in. So they like, why not? I see a man down, and why not kick him when he's down? Because I'm a woman and there's no consequences for doing that. Or I'm a girl and there's no consequences for doing such a thing. Well, let's take a look at how this plays out into pre-adulthood. Hit the like button. Fair use. This is one ugly little girl. I'm not to be a judge of such things because she's an adolescent, but or she's a minor or whatnot. But just as let's just say I wouldn't want my daughter to look like her. If my daughter were to look like her, I would fear that I would have to be the one to take her to prom. It's embarrassing. There was a girl when I went to prom, and yes, Obsidian, I went to prom, who bought her father. And not only that, her father could dance better than us teenagers, which drew more attention to the whole ordeal. So, yeah, I don't want to have to be in that position, but I will be if my daughter looked like this. She looks like complete and total utter trash. She looks like no one loves her. That is the look of a child. Look at her hair. A person who wakes up in the morning and walks past loving parents don't look like that as they exit the door. They just don't. She is a homely, unloved person who's taken her frustration out on a boy who is more handsome than she is pretty.
Put your hands on. What you talking about? You got conversation.
And another homely woman who has her hair wrapped up like she's Sealy and like she's either about to clean a toilet or pour some syrup, just decided to jump in. The white girl here is sitting down. Watch what happens. She gets up, and I don't know if she's breaking it up or decided to get some licks in with her hairbrush. And he picks her up and slams her. And a simp comes out of nowhere. Now, this young man who decided to say, "Sit down, bro," with no shoes on, he actually didn't have anything to say to prevent this whole ordeal. But he's seen an opportunity. He's like, perhaps if I were to, be a black, white knight for these, homely women, I will get a queensome. A queensome is I believe 1 man and 5 women. Who knows? Or perhaps he's just doing what he was trained to do, and he feels that it's unjust that this young man was defending himself by a pack of violent people. You see this mentality playing out? Now, O'Shea Duke Jackson covered this, and apparently what wound up happening was the boy had to give like a written or verbal apology or admit that he was wrong, and nothing happened to the girls. Well, let's hear O'Shea say it. Hit the like button, people.
Saying that if a woman decides to hit a man, don't be surprised if that man hits you back. Now, I'm not justifying or advocating domestic violence in any shape, form, or fashion. I do believe that no one should be putting their hands on anyone, but I have to agree with Whoopi Goldberg in that assessment. Now, in the day in society we live.
Okay. No one should be putting their hands on anyone. I actually disagree with that sentiment. And the reason why I do is because I understand how when you can't get physical, you get verbal, which means that you'll just be switched from one form of bullying to another. You know, like a white boy would be all in your face, calling you all kind of N-bombs, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, that type of thing. So I do feel that, you know, there are certain instances where it's justified. Now, if you wanted to add the caveat of shut up to that, then yeah. But generally speaking, don't start none, won't be none.
Live in. Women believe that they can do any and everything they can to a man without any repercussions or consequence. So my question is simply this: should a man defend himself if he is being assaulted or hit by another woman?
And there are some other guys who believe that you shouldn't hit women at all.
All right, man. Here's the thing. You never slap a woman back, even if she slaps you. The best thing you could do to avoid that is either getting away from her or restraining her, which means you're holding her or just grabbing her by the arms and just holding her. But never swing on a woman. I don't care if she punches you in the face. You never hit a woman back. They don't have the same type of pressure that a man has. So I don't understand why certain men think it's okay to slap a woman back if they get slapped in the face by a woman. You don't have to slap her back. You have the strength to restrain her from not hitting.
And you do. But you see, there exist men who proportionately are as stronger than me, or as gifted as fighter, as a greater fighter than me as I am to a typical woman. And you know what I don't do? I don't get into their face taunting them. You don't see me in John Jones' face talking crap. You don't see that happening. So, and there's a reason for that. However, because the rule is explicit, boys don't hit girls, girls feel like they can get away with everything, including smacking you, punching you in the face. Now, I could tell you that the outcome is going to be far different. You take a kid who has been smacked and punched in the face by anybody their whole life, you know, throughout their adolescence, throughout their K through 12. He's going to be a completely different man, one who's taught to put up with a certain level of disrespect. Once again, I'm going to re-reference the Jim Crow era for Black people. They were groomed, unfortunately, they were groomed to tolerate disrespect from a certain cohort of people. And this happened for generations. And that's what we're grooming our young boys to do.
Hitting you. Come on, man.
Now, with that as the fundamental understanding of both.
That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my friend. I'm going to say, hey, you see that dude over there? He bigger than me, stronger than me, and he's a trained fighter. I want you to smack him because if I did it, he'll retaliate. So I want you to just smack him. In fact, everybody I don't like, just smack him for me. There's no consequences to you. So by proxy, I'm going to, you know how women hire hit men? I'm going to hire a hit woman. And this woman just hits and smacks anybody that I don't like. Hell, I'll get my mama to do it. I'm driving along, minding my own business. Somebody cut me off. I pull over, get out the car, and then I say, smack them, Ma.
Argument. But now we have a story at Overhills High School where a young student was jumped by 4 all across the internet, and it's bad.
O'Shea Duke Jackson is plagued by this deference that men are taught to give to women. Listen at the way he talks about it.
Now we have a story at Overhills High School where a young student was jumped by 4 different women. And that's
He's a young student, but they're women. He's a young student, but they're women. You see, this is the psychological conditioning. That's why they call young black men boys. Or that's why they call black men boys in general. We're taught to minimalize them while maximizing the female of the species. He's a young student, they're women.
going viral all across the internet, and it's bad. What happened was, students were talking trash in class. The lady walked.
Now she's a lady. What is she? The Duchess of Compton? What is she, the lady? You see that? You see how we're conditioned? You see this, right? He's a boy, he's a young student, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But she is a woman, she's a lady. She's a lady.
He gets up, stands up to create distance from himself because he was sitting down. And as he's trying to create distance, he bumps into her or whatever, and she hits him, and he's like trying to, hold her back and hold her away. And then after that, like all 4 girls came in and they jump him. And that video goes all around social media. But how did the young man react? His father, Marcus Walker, posts, "I am 38 hot right now. Today, my son was assaulted by more than 4 girls at Overhills High School."
Okay, I'm looking at it again. It looks like the other girls are trying to break it up. I'm looking at it again. Here, let's watch it.
Hits him, and he's like trying to, hold her back and hold her away. And then after that, like all 4 girls came in and they jump him. And that video goes all around social media. But how did the young man react?
Yeah,
his father, Marcus
like
Walker, posts, "I am 38 hot right now.
Looks like the other girls are trying to break it up.
Today, my son was assaulted by more than 4 girls at Overhills High School." Let me be clear. Not once did he throw a punch, but shoved them away. If he had, it would have just confirmed the stereotype of a black man being aggressive, resulting in him being locked up and labeled. My son plays football and trains hard every day. I know his strengths and weaknesses better than anyone. I instill in him the values of self-control and discipline. And this situation only underscores that. He never resorts to violence. He understands the consequences of his actions. Instead of addressing the behavior of those who attacked him immediately, the principal pulls my son into a conference room to write a statement without parental supervision, mind you, while others involved walk the schools as if nothing happened. When speaking with the in-school sheriffs, I was told that not much would be done since the assailants are minors, aged.
But he's a minor too.
16, 17. His exact words, "Most of these types of cases are kicked back in that manner. This is unacceptable. I am ready to fight for my son's dignity and safety. I refuse to allow this behavior to go unnoticed. Overhills High School needs to step up and take responsibility. God knows the image that would have been portrayed if he would have knocked heads off. That lawyer bag is heavy, charges pressed. Now you will pay literally for your actions. Please share. If this would have been the other way around, he'd be viral and sentenced already." Give him a round of applause, right?
And there you have it. So men are starting to reevaluate the traditions and norms of society, as women did, which is what feminism is. They reevaluated their role in society and society's rules, and they got to pick and choose which ones they wish to obey and which ones they will not obey. Must be nice. Must be nice until it's not. So there's a movie out that deals with young men and boys and young women and girls. It's not a movie, it's a series. It's called Adolescence, and I showed it at movie night. And it really brings to the forefront what is going on with this. Now, I'm going to do a separate review of that, so stay tuned for that. But before I do that, I'm going to review someone else's review of the movie. Why is it always the ugly women? This is not an attractive woman. This looks like the mother of the girl I was just talking about, or the grandmother. She looks like she come from planet of the, I'm not going to say the last word. I'm not going to say the last word. I'm going to say she looks like she comes from the planet of the grapes. So, you know those California raisins, I heard it through the grapevine. Let's just say that. Planet of the grapes. And she says, the title is, The Boys Are Not All Right. Okay. How the manosphere, oh, what? How the manosphere is radicalizing young men. Okay. Okay, let's examine this. Before I do that, let me read some comments. Peace, Tony. JT, salute to you. Why is it important to learn how, this is why it's important to learn how to apply pressure. What are you, a Vulcan? Listen, if you wanna do it the Vulcan way, that's fine. But if you want to do it the Klingon way, that's fine too. I mean, defend yourself, like, by any means necessary. I don't care the technique. This is when his inner Wolverine should have come out, you know, or his inner Hulk. The state has weaponized women against men. Women have weaponized women against men. The state just aided in doing so.
Intervention. In 4 tense, real-time episodes, each shot in a single take, it dives deep into the heart of a crisis that's been quietly building for years. Toxic masculinity.
Never say going to bed. Going to bed is emasculate. Cowards need sleep. I'm going to work.
Online radicalization.
Life for a man is harder than life for a woman. We need to have a lot of to be an important man. To be a woman, you need makeup.
And the rise of male violence, especially against women. Often, it's shocking.
It's funny because he didn't really say anything bad or anything controversial. Like, I don't know why they're painting Andrew Tate out to be, trust me, I don't know his career very well. But like the clip, like she couldn't have picked like a better clip or something like that. Like, I mean, you don't have him quoting saying it's okay for boys to delete girls. Like, you don't have anything like that. He basically just said that the qualifications for manhood is steeper than the qualifications for womanhood, which is something you're going to say later.
Young ages. Created by Stephen Graham, who also plays Jamie's dad, and written by Jack Thorne, Adolescence begins with a family in crisis. A 13-year-old boy, Jamie Miller, is arrested after unaliving a female classmate. This show is not a mystery show. It's a psychological autopsy, a dissection of how a kid ends up here. And it centers the question that we keep avoiding. What is happening to our boys? Are men? The answer, or at least one we'll explore in this video, is this. A lot of young men right now are spiraling down a digital rabbit hole that teaches them to resent women because they've never been shown how to accept themselves. And the girls are
teaching them how to resent women because they've never been shown to embrace themselves. You know how stuff just don't make sense, but it sounds wise? You must learn how to teach before you can teach how to learn. It's supposed to sound wise, but really it's just dumb. That's what that was. Listen at it again. And I want you to do so with the understanding that this woman is a complete and total idiot and she's not that hot at all.
Young men right now are spiraling down a digital rabbit hole that teaches them to resent women because they've never been shown how to accept themselves. And the girls around them, they're left to carry.
If you resent a person or a group of people, it has nothing to do with how you choose to embrace yourself. It doesn't. Basically, what this comes down to is you as a man is innately the problem. And because you haven't embraced your problematic ways, you lash out on other groups of people. That's what she's saying. Somebody said she looked like Forrest Whitaker and Omar Epps combined. Forrest Epps.
That damage like they always have been. A lot of men are down bad right now. There is a male loneliness epidemic.
It is pretty clear. Partnerless men.
Okay, there is a male loneliness epidemic is what she's saying. I guess there's truth in that. But notice how stuff like this is never met with compassion and understanding. Stuff like this is met with, and this is how it affects women. There's an epidemic going on of unhappy men. Now let's shift our focus back on women. Watch this.
Childless men, they don't do so well. In fact, they do terribly. And in modern society, that's a problem.
Depression rates among young men are rising. Male loneliness is quietly becoming one of the most serious public health crises we're not talking about. And for many of them, especially those who struggle with connection, intimacy, or rejection, life without meaningful relationships, especially with women, can start to feel unbearable. And when you're in that state, when you're isolated, angry, and confused, the manosphere shows up with easy answers.
Men have to earn their value. Women don't.
It offers a script.
Why is the most egregious thing she could come up with the manosphere, in the form of Myron in this case, saying is that men have to do better to get more? Like nobody is saying, you know, okay, this is how you make dynamite. Like nobody is coming with that. Are they? This is how you make dynamite with regular household goods. This is how you can 3D print an automatic rifle. Nobody is saying stuff like that. No one is saying stuff like that. This is how you can make a shank with regular scraps that you can find anywhere in prison. No one is saying stuff like that. Peep that. They're saying the market is more competitive. You have to do better in this more competitive market. And they're still demonized.
It's not your fault. Women are the problem. The system is rigged.
He didn't even say any of those things. You couldn't even find a quote where he said any of those things. Now, is the system rigged? Absolutely. The divorce courts, the child support system, absolutely it's rigged. She couldn't even find them saying that. And of course, they're going to pretend like it's not rigged.
Wake up. It feels like empowerment, but it's actually a trap. Because instead of helping men heal or grow, it feeds the very pain they're trying to escape. And what makes adolescence hit so...
She looked like a half-smashed ant. This is just terrible. Why is it the ones that look like this, but the ones that look like Danica Marie say different stuff?
So hard is that it doesn't sensationalize. It doesn't give us a clean villain. It just holds up a mirror. It reflects something that a lot of women have been feeling for a long time. That male insecurity when...
Y'all see this, right? So, yeah, apparently there's a male loneliness epidemic, and a lot of women have been feeling. Yeah, let's move the conversation back to women, because they're the only ones who matter. Okay, keep in mind she could be a mother of a boy or a grandmother of a boy. I don't know. I don't know if it's old or just ugly, but she's not appeasing to the eye.
And nurtured in the wrong spaces doesn't just stay online. It turns into entitlement, then rage, then harm.
You are not entitled if you are telling people that they have to work harder for something. An entitled person wants something for free or for very little, or for what they have that they didn't have to do much for. An entitled person is somebody who says, you should just give me that Ferrari. A unentitled person says stuff like, I have to work harder if I want to earn this Ferrari with the new tariffs.
Jamie, played with eerie realism by first-time actor Owen Cooper, is not cartoonishly evil. He's not a caricature, and that's what makes him all the more terrifying, because what he is familiar. A lonely kid growing up online, exposed to voices like Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and others pushing a version of masculinity built on dominance, emotional detachment, and control. He's not indifferent to women,
but it is built on dominance. And it's the women who built it on that. The reason why he wasn't embraced by women, or girls in this case, is because he wasn't a dominant man. Or boy.
he fixates on them, desires them, but also fears and resents their power. Katie, the girl that Jamie likes, rejects him and mocks him publicly on Instagram by calling him an incel. And that word cuts him, but it doesn't.
Okay. Now, I don't know if y'all have seen the movie or the Netflix series. If so, watch it before I do my review on it. But that's really it. That's really it as far as his relationship to the manosphere, to Andrew Tate, or anything like that. Like they don't bring up his content and it's a bunch of manosphere stuff, even in this fictitious story. That's not happening. What is happening, excuse me again. What is happening is she introduced the word incel into the conversation. And then everybody else, women like her, just painted it like, oh, he must be manosphere affiliated because incel. Therefore, this is a manosphere problem. The manosphere created this boy, is what they're trying to get at. But the only connection to the manosphere that he has is somebody else calling him an incel. And incel really don't have a connection to the manosphere other than it's a word that others use to describe its members.
Just insult him. It names his fear that he's undesirable, invisible, powerless. And instead of sitting with that discomfort or being taught how to process it, James.
Now that's interesting. Listen at this again.
That Jamie likes, rejects him and mocks him publicly on Instagram by calling him an incel. And that word cuts him, but it doesn't just insult him. It names his fear that he's undesirable, invisible, powerless. And instead of sitting with that discomfort,
unimportant, invisible, powerless. And instead of her sitting with that discomfort, yeah, that's what you should do, fellas. When a person insults you, you should sit with that discomfort. First of all, you are that thing. You are that thing that the person says you are, and you should sit with that discomfort. Remember Ayala Van Zant? I taught my son to stand in it. Remember that? You should just stand in it. Women should do whatever they want and you should sit in it. That's what she's teaching. And that's the real threat. That's why she's like, oh, he's not a true villain, but, he is the embodiment. They fear men not doing what they feel that they're supposed to do because they can control him if he sits in it.
It or being taught how to process it, Jamie reacts in the way he's seen modeled online, with rage. His best.
Who do he see online raging? Who does he see online? Is there a channel out there where there's a bunch of boys raging? First of all, okay, let's just keep it within the world of this movie. Because she's jumping to conclusions. They did not show him watching anything online that condoned violence against women or violence against anyone. They haven't shown him do that. Once again, the only connection between him and, the manosphere or Andrew Tate or anything like that is somebody else called him an incel. Now, what does it mean to call a 13-year-old boy an incel? It doesn't mean a damn thing. It does not mean a damn thing whatsoever.
Friend gives him a knife just to scare her, but it doesn't stop there. All that rejection, shame, and the confusion bubbles over, and it ends in a tragedy that we can't name directly here, but you know what happens. The show isn't based on one specific case, but it could be. As Graham himself said in interviews,
I read an article in the paper. It was about a young boy who stabbed a young girl to death. And then there was a couple of months later on the news, there was a piece about a young boy who stabbed a young girl to death. And these were at opposite ends of the country. If I'm really honest with you, Jim, I just, it hurt my heart. And I just think, what kind of a society are we living in at the moment where young boys are stabbing young girls? And that beautiful saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, I just thought, what if we're all kind of accountable? The education system, parenting, the community, the government.
It was inspired by
Okay. So we're going to focus on the reaction, not the action, not the bullying. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to show what happens when a girl doesn't just sit in it and embrace her place in what's going on. All right. And I'll read this with you. I remember this story from years ago. I'm going to go over some other stories too. Teenage girl apparently bullied commit the unthinkable. She was beautiful. She was so sweet, loud. She was crazy. She didn't deserve it. She was bullied, said Brianna Torres, the victim's friend. She was so picked on that Felicia Garcia friends tell Eyewitness News. Tell Eyewitness News, the normal outgoing 15-year-old felt she had no options, instead threw herself in front of a train at the railway. Wow. At the railway station. Dozens of fellow students from Tottenville High School watched in disbelief. She gave this girl her phone. She dropped it. She dropped her books, put her hood on, and jumped. Said Sabrina. So she was bullied, though, right? She should have been taught how to process it, right? She should have just accepted that she was what the other students were saying she was. The day before the fatal plunge, the sophomore posted one last cry for help on Twitter saying, "I can't, I'm done, I give up." At school Thursday, students were still reeling. There were mixed emotions. People were angry. They wanted to beat people up. They wanted to beat people up, but counselors were saying violence isn't the answer. All right. Brianna Torres just a few days ago, Felicia broke down in tears, told her rumors were spreading at school online. Okay. Rumors that she was an incel? Because that's what was happening to the boy in this Netflix series. She told me how football players were tormenting her. They were making fun of her. Inappropriate things, Torres said. Police are investigating, talking with students. The ability to be anonymous on the internet gives people a sense of power to say things to people because they are hiding behind a keyboard, says Paulina Fieldbean, a student. Now, many are facing the ugly fallout that often comes along with bullying. I'm going to miss her personally. Her smile lit up the world, Torres said. Okay. This is the damage that bullying can cause. This is the thing that she is telling that young boy to sit in and process. Get it? Got it? Good.
A disturbing trend, a wave of real-life stories involving young men, misogyny, and violence. And the terrifying thing is, it's happening more often. The question isn't why did Jamie...
How often is it happening? How often is it happening? Because this is a fictitious story. And every time you ask for a real story, they bring up Elliot Rodgers, who I believe was like from 2012 or some crap like that. How many regular deletions have gone on since then? Like, how many non-incel deletions have gone on since Elliot Rodgers? Just saying.
do this, it's...
Being an incel isn't something you can just label a person as being. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. See, it's one of those things like the word slut. It don't have to be true in order for a person to receive that label. If a person if a young girl is a virgin and she's called a slut, and the person who calls her that were to convince enough people it's true, then, it's a label that person has now.
Why are so many boys starting to think like Jamie? Jamie doesn't lash out because he feels nothing for women. He
So many boys are starting to think like Jamie. You see this?
lashes out because he feels too much and hasn't been given the tools to handle those emotions. And online, there are entire communities waiting to tell him, it's not your fault. She deserved it. You're the real...
Nobody is saying that she deserved it. And nobody is really saying that it's not his fault. Nobody is saying that at all. And nobody says that, and they haven't said that since I was young, but they do say it when women lash out and girls lash out. Now, I want to reference my thumbnail to you all. The thumbnail comes from a movie called Carrie. And what Carrie was this was a movie that actually the original came out before I was born. I watched it like on HBO or something. Well, my dad was there, but he wasn't really paying attention to his son watching a gory, horrific, and somewhat sexualized movie. I come from a generation where we weren't really censored like that. So I'm watching it and understanding very little. I remember leaving it thinking, because I grew up in Oakland in the 80s, and it wasn't many white kids, wasn't really many white people. I remember thinking that all blonde white girls and women were telekinetic, meaning that they all had that power. They all can do that type of magic. Of course, I wasn't familiar with the word telekinetic, but you get my point. I watched that. I was like, oh crap, that's something that you could take away from. But as I watch it later as an adult, or even as a younger man, I'm like, okay, this is just a bullied teenage girl who they push too far. So now, for those of you who was born this side of a black president, I'm going to say, I'm going to tell you what the movie was about. So basically, Carrie was a young girl with certain gifts. Think of it like a mutant from X-Men in a world where there are no mutants but her. And just like in X-Men, it manifests itself in her teenage years. Now, her mother, there was nothing wrong with this girl physically, but her mother was a religious zealot. And as a result, she didn't develop the social skills that was needed to navigate high school. And because of that, other girls made fun of her, and other boys also joined in on the fray. And the reason why boys do that really is just to impress the girls that they are already that are already making fun of her. So, and that's just how young people's dynamics go. If there is a girl who's an outcast and you're a guy that protects her, then from other girls, then you lose all of your chances with the girls, and your only chance of getting a girlfriend or whatnot is with the girl that you're protecting, and she might just say no just because. That's just how that works. So they decided, and this is the equivalent to online, bullying. This is, as brutal as they got in this small hick town. They thought it would be a good idea to rig the prom election, make her prom queen, just so they can throw pig's blood on her during the coronation. And then as a result, she went into a rage, used her Jean Grey powers, and deleted everybody in the prom barn. Everybody. You think Obsidian had a bad prom? This was worse. So, and nobody really, like, for years later, there hasn't been a remake like Wicked, somebody reevaluated, like, who's really the villain in this. Nobody really looked back at it and said, something? She was a bad person. Yes, she was bullied, but she took her revenge too far. Nobody said that. Oh, and she deleted her mom too. Nobody said that. The sympathy was on her and on all the other people, the bullies. And it wasn't just the people who did the pig's blood. No, it was everybody. It was everybody in the barn. Anybody can get it. Nobody looked at Carrie as a bad person. They looked at her as a victim of bullying. And the people who participated, even if you just participated by laughing at what happened, got what they deserved. That's what you get for bullying. That's what you get for bullying. That's the sentiment that happens when a woman is being bullied. But if a 13-year-old boy is being bullied, he should learn how to process it. He should learn to accept what he is and process it. I'm just pointing out the double standard. I'm saying that all of this is wrong. But there is a double standard that can't be ignored and should not be ignored.
here. There's one piece of toxic masculinity rhetoric that kind of plays out in this film, the infamous 80-20 rule.
80% of women are attracted to 20% of men.
By the way, he's not a part of that 20%. So in the TV series, this boy here is the son of the police officer who's also being bullied by some white kid, it looks like, because he's the son of a police officer. And the moment the police officer interviewed the girl who was the lead's best friend, she just went off and said, you know, your son is not as fit as you, meaning your son is ugly. You're handsome, your son is ugly. He wasn't blessed with your cheekbones, and your son is trash on the social hierarchy. This is how young girls feel that they should talk to adults and authority figures. Really has nothing to do with anything. In the scale of things, it has nothing to do with the deletion. But she has decided that I want to say that because I'm female and I can say whatever I want. And then later she fights another boy who didn't defend himself because she's a female. And she didn't receive punishment for it. Get it? Got it? Good. Now somebody said something interesting. Yes, if you switch to genders, they would still root for the girl. Well, let's talk about this this young lady who I just read about, who jumped in front of a train. Now, what if instead of for jumping in front of the train, she would have jumped behind a machete and took it to that football player's neck? Then what would everybody say? What would all the women say? What would all the queen's horses and all the queen's women say after that? What would the judge say? Community service and time served. Just got to point out the double standard. The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
Woman, you must trick them because you'll never get them in a normal way. 80% of women are cut off, or she's saying he's an incel, that.
It's a toxic little stat that turns dating into a rigged game and encourages resentment towards women for simply having choice. In Jamie's case,
see, that's the stretch. Because it doesn't really encourage women to do that. And they don't have choice. Just because you want 20% of men, that doesn't mean you have a choice in the matter. Like 100% of everybody wants the top, the top 1% of automobiles. That doesn't mean you have a choice to have it. Or everybody wants to earn $1 billion. That doesn't mean you have, a choice.
Becomes a kind of twist.
She looked like a smashed ant. I said that before, but I just can't get over that. And the wig just makes it worse.
Logic. If women don't want him, it must be them, not him. And in a world where
okay, first of all, he doesn't say that. He don't say that. He don't say that, women don't want me, so it must be them. He didn't say that. He actually said it must be something wrong with me. He actually said that.
Traditional.
By the way, if you are in the bottom 80% of something, then there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with not being in the top 20% of something. It's very unlikely. If it is, I had a very crappy graduation class. It's very unlikely, or it's very likely that I did not graduate within the top 20% of my class. Very likely. but so did 80% of others. It's really nothing wrong with it's something right for being in the top 20% of something. It's nothing wrong with being in the bottom 80% of something. Now, it is something wrong with being in the bottom 20% of something. It's nothing really wrong with being in the bottom 80% of something. Now, I know if you're in the bottom 20%, you're also in the bottom 80%, but there's nothing really wrong with being average. So if a person were to get that message, then that's perfectly fine. And, how society receives average people, maybe there is question there, but that's it.
Gender roles are shifting and women are increasingly empowered, earning their own money. Want him, it must be them, not him. And in a world,
once again, he didn't say that,
where traditional gender roles are shifting and
okay, let's see. Plus Caribbean. Okay. The women are now more educated than they are just, I don't know why they think they're going somewhere with this. I thought that this was like an actual stat of income or something that matters. This isn't. Oh, we're more educated. Okay. You see, it's crap like this. Society resents this thinking. Now, Trump, he's running roughshod. He's on some ish with the tariffs and a lot of other things. But the reason that he was elected, and the reason why people like Dennis Sperlin and Anton Daniels still sing his prayer, is because he is a champion against the woke mentality. And I'm not going to say I sing his praise, but one thing I am going to say that he has done is he allowed me to realize how much of this was backed by the federal government. Like, I did not know, that the reason why it became so prevalent so quickly was because it was backed by the federal government. Because the moment he cut it off, it just got cut off on every single level. I was like, dang. Like, to the point where, elementary school teachers can't have signs in their class that says all are welcome. Like, dang. So basic. So here's what this means to me, and y'all can correct me in the chat room if I'm wrong. It means that people were getting checks. They were getting checks to encourage this thinking. And the moment the government said no more checks, everybody just said, oh, okay, no more checks. All right. I'm done with this. Like, they couldn't wait. Target couldn't wait. Walmart couldn't wait. Amazon couldn't wait. They could not wait. They could not wait. Everybody who was backing this up, and it seemed like all these major corporate, I was wondering why Disney just seemed so weird lately. Like, all of these people were getting checks. They were getting government funding, government-backed contracts. They were getting government goods and services. They were getting all those goodies. Once the goodies stopped, the whole thing just went to a halt. So I did not know that, just like a single command stopped it, I didn't know that a single command started it. And it probably started like around Title IX or something like that, or, maybe something during the Obama administration. But once that stopped, it just ended. That was weird.
And women are increasingly empowered, earning their own money, have their own independence. Some men adapt. Others, like Jamie, retreat or fight back. But adolescence doesn't point fingers easily. It doesn't say, it's all social media or it's the parents.
No, but that's what you're doing. You're saying it's all social media. You see, she's just raging at what she don't like. And she don't like the manosphere. And the reason why she don't like the manosphere is because it's not really nice to women like her. It's not. The manosphere is not nice to women like her. Teaching men to have standards goes against it goes against her. Kevin Samuels go against her. A high value man, a man that values himself, is going to look at her different than a man who doesn't. So granted, you can have the 80-20 rule all you want to, but present your 20% guy.
Or it's bullying. It sits in the gray area and asks us to sit there too. Was Jamie radicalized by the algorithm, neglected at home, failed by his school? Yes, all of it. And that's the point. The show leaves us with something heavier than closure. It leaves us with reflection, a challenge, to look beyond the headlines, to ask better questions, to stop pretending that this is rare.
This bitch. Okay.
It leaves us with reflection, a challenge, to look beyond the headlines.
Okay. The shooter, 33-year-old Mauricio Martinez Garcia, was a far-right extremist. Also, his specific motives for the killing spree was not clear. Martinez Garcia, extensive online writing showed that he self-radicalized, adopting and promoting white supremacist, neo-Nazi, and incel ideology. As far as I know, there is no such thing as incel ideology. Incel is a label that people put on you, or a circumstance that is placed upon you. One that if you're involuntary anything, it means that you don't want to be that thing because you didn't volunteer for it. So I don't know if there's an ideology behind it. I don't. I would like to hear the evidence that they have that, he is part of an incel ideology. Now, I mean, a priest or a monk, I guess, well, maybe, but I don't think that that's what, in fact, I know that that's not what that means here. And posting hateful comments against, women, God's chosen, and racial minorities that led up to the attack. Okay, let's see what she highlights. Well, it's already highlighted here.
To ask better questions.
So you just ignored all the other, white supremacist Nazi type crap, huh? Like, yeah. But incel, they're the real danger. Hit the like button. I'm gonna read a comment now. It says, I met plenty of dudes that were bitter simply because they couldn't get the woman that they wanted, but still capable of getting women. They need to grow TF up. Nobody's entitled to another person. Are you saying that the women who are creating this rhetoric need to grow up, or are you saying that the women who are the men who can't get the women that they want? And I guess what's important is, how is he expressing his bitterness? So leave that in the comment. I'm curious where you're going with that.
To stop pretending that this is rare, because Jamie, he's not the outlier. He's the warning. So let's talk about it. Let's sit with the discomfort, because if we want to stop raising boys who hurt others to feel powerful, we need to start raising boys who are allowed to feel at all.
Holy crap. Okay, so this is the rhetoric because women are so spectacular, you'll solve the problem of violence by making men and boys more like women. He should get in touch with his feelings, even though she said the way that he behaved was a result of his feeling. He felt isolated, he felt invisible, he felt humiliated. And now it's because they don't know how to feel. Now, keep in mind the young girl that in real life actually self-deleted, she knew how to feel. This problem makes no sense.
At its core, Adolescence is the story of a boy, a girl, and the unbearable pressure of modern masculinity. When we first meet Jamie Miller, he's already been arrested. A 13-year-old boy taken into custody after a violent attack that ends up in the unaliving of his classmate, Katie. But the most haunting part of this story isn't the act itself, it's the confusion around it. Why would a boy so young do something like this? Even the adults closest to the case can't explain it. The detectives, the teachers, his parents, they're all searching for an answer that makes sense. Was it bullying? Was it a breakup? Was it a mental health issue? Nothing quite fits until the detective's own son quietly reveals the missing link.
That's not the missing link. That's not the missing link at all.
Tells him what no one else saw.
They say you're an incel, you're gonna be, a virgin forever.
That Katie had mocked Jamie online. She called him an incel on Instagram. To adults, it sounds like typical teenage drama. But in Jamie's world, online, hyperconnected, deeply gendered, it means everything. Because the truth is, today's boys are growing up speaking a different language. One shaped not by their parents or teachers, but by algorithms, by group chats, by a constant feed of content that frames women as adversaries and emotions as weakness. And in that world, being called an incel is
Okay, I don't think that a boy would care too much. They're taking this outlier. Basically, they created a straw man. Netflix created a straw man out of this series. But when I was 13, I was called different. So, full disclosure. When I was 13, I was made fun of for being a virgin. And the truth of the matter was I was a virgin. But what's also true, and I didn't know this at the time, but, of course, you grow up and your ability to read people, particularly kids, becomes more sophisticated. What I didn't know at the time was that the other boys who were calling me this were also virgins. And the reason why I believe them and they didn't believe me, I don't know if I lied about it, but if I did, they wouldn't have believed me anyway, is because I was young. I was young for my grade. I started school early, so I was always like a year behind, meaning that if all the other boys were 10, I was 9. And that was something that happened. So if I'm 13, all the other boys are 14, meaning that they're a year more advanced than me in things like puberty and stuff like that. So I just kind of took them for face value when they told me that I was a virgin and they're not. So I'm like, okay, let's do something about this. So I didn't want to enter high school as a virgin. So I wound up giving my virginity to a girl who I wasn't particularly attracted to, but I knew that she would be willing because she liked me, for a girl in the neighborhood. I knew that she would be willing because she liked me for quite some time. which caused all kinds of complications in my life, like later, like throughout high school. So that's the effect that it had on me. Now, virgin is by definition incel. Well, I guess I was volunteering because I probably could have had her sooner. But nevertheless, you get what I mean. It's one of those things. It's one of those things. This is not something that is happening in mass. But they want the hysteria to be that. Why? Because they want to, women like this want to access the general protective nature of men because it's the only way they can get attention. The whole protect all women, philosophy is the only way standard homely women get noticed, or is set in an equal plane as the, what's her name, Tyler looking women, or the Chloe Baileys. The only two things that they have in common, the Chloe Baileys and women that look like her, is that they are awarded equal protection. So they need a boogeyman, and unfortunately, that boogeyman is in the form of this 13-year-old boy. Hold on. Here. I'm trying to find the story of what this actually is. Hold on one moment. Actually, I'm gonna put it on y'all. There was an Asian kid, not kid, but college student, adult. Let's see. No, that's not it. It's there was an Asian adult college student, I think it was University of Michigan, who was bullied. And on like the day of graduation, he just went off and took out 30. He just took out 30 of them. So y'all help me out. But that's what this is more akin to. This has nothing to do with, his absence of sex, his celibacy, his involuntary celibacy. It has nothing to do with that. Every now and again, you push a bullied kid too far. Every now and again, that happens. And the result is something like this. Okay. What's that show? Crap. Big Meech. What's the show? That 50 Cent show with Little Big Meech on it. And he's a gangster in Detroit. What's that show? All right, let me play some more of this because I'm forgetting all kind of stuff.
Moment, everything in his world starts to unravel. Jamie's social media tells a quiet story, a steady exposure to explicit content, influencer culture, and hypermasculine messaging. He posts Instagram photos of adult women in compromising positions. He mimics the tone.
Shut your ass up. Adult women in compromising position. He watches porn like every 13-year-old that does. You stupid, ugly bitch. And thank you. The name of the show is BMF. Sorry, Jason, you was wrong. The name of the show is BMF, Black Mafia Family. So I'm going to get back to what I was going to say on that. On Black Mafia Family, there was a kid who was probably about the same age. He's probably around 13. He's a cop's kid, and he was being bullied. He was being bullied something bad because not only were the boys who bullied him bigger, there were a greater number than him. So, it was like a whole crew. So even if he was to get like a George McFly punch out, he still would have the other group of all of whom are bigger boys to tangle with. And they're armed. You know, these are they're hitters too, or at least they're D boys that are armed to protect themselves. So that added that just compounded the threat level. And after a while, he just was like, "Hey, I can't take this." And he did some things. So, and all I'm saying is that in this case, it wasn't, because I'm pretty sure this boy was an incel too, and he might have even been a homosexual. But that really wasn't relevant. It really wasn't relevant. Sometimes bullied people fight back. Somebody, find me the name. Oh, wait a minute. I think I found it. Somebody find me the name of the Asian kid that, and he did a video on it too. Apparently white kids was fucking with him and fucking with him and fucking with him, and on the day of graduation, he just went on a rampage. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna type in Virginia Tech. I thought it was Michigan. Let's see. All right, the Virginia Tech shooting was a spree shooting that occurred Monday, April 16, 2017. Let's see, comprising of 2 attacks on the campus of Virginia. Let's see. Sung Hee Cho. Yeah, he sounds like a kung fu fighter. All right, let's see. An undergraduate student at the university killed 32 people and wounded 17 others with 2 Yep, that's him. That's him. That's him. Before committing suicide, 6 others. Listen, that has nothing to, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't getting any. Also, why do women think that stuff is about their pussy? I mean, chances are, if you're bullied, because women aren't really attracted to guys who are bullied like that. I mean, on the movies they are, but they don't flock to them the same way. Chances are, if you're bullied, you're an incel. So, but that's really doesn't seem like the reason that they're doing it. They want to make it seem like it's about their pussy. In his manifesto, it had nothing to do with him not getting enough pussy. He's like, listen, I'm not going to tolerate their shit. Now, I doubt that 32 students, or 49 students, 32 killed, 17 wounded. I don't think that 49 students were getting together to fuck with him. So he did get some innocence out there. And okay. That's, now that I'm thinking about it, it's only 16 to a clip. So he hit with every shot. He had two semi-automatic pistols. 16 to a clip. He hit with every shot. And he somehow wounded, 17 others. So, yeah, that happened. But that's what this is. It's tragic. It's tragic that, and trust me, I'm not condoning his actions. I'm just saying that this pattern of behavior is completely different than her analysis. The pattern of behavior of a young person, in this case an adult, but in many cases children, who are sick of being picked on, pick back. I mean, that's something, that's something that just happens. It's been happening since the beginning of kids getting picked on. Like, it just happens, like if 100 kids get picked on, one of those kids is going to react. But this chick is like, oh, it must be about my pussy because he watched porn. Dizzy broads, I swear.
Of online spaces that turn objectification into a joke, then into a worldview. What he's picking up here is not just misogyny, it's a whole emotional framework where vulnerability is weakness, where power means control, and where humiliation, whether it's his or someone else's, becomes a form of currency. Then there's Katie. She's confident, popular, sure of herself, everything.
She was none of those things. She was none of those things. See, here's the funny thing. She was bullied also. Like, apparently, she thought it would be a good idea to attract the 20% of guys by showing her tits and taking a picture. And because the 20% has options, they can, you know, decide who to humiliate. And they decided to humiliate her because she's not popular or confident or something. Because that's what popular, confident kids do, right? You know, they show their tits for attention. That's something that unpopular girls do to become popular, to get the attention of the upper echelon of the high school social hierarchy. They lean on their sexuality to do that. So she was not high on the totem pole. If she was, then after it happened, instead of making fun, because nobody makes fun of the top chicks, no matter what they do, you know. So, but they did her. So basically, she showed her tits, everybody made fun of her, and he seen it as an opportunity to hit on her. I don't see anything wrong with that. He's like, listen, you know, now that you are part of the 80%, perhaps we can be friends. And she decided to shift the focus from herself and put it back on him and made it so everybody else is forgetting about her tits and laughing at him.
Thing Jamie doesn't feel. And when a private photo of her is leaked to the entire school, a clear violation, Jamie doesn't see it as abuse. He sees it as a shift in the dynamic. He tells Bryony, the child psychologist, that he thought that the leak would make her weak and that maybe now she'd say yes to him.
Everyone was calling her a slag, you know, or flat.
Everybody was calling her a slag. Is that something that happens to the girl who's at the top of the social hierarchy?
Or whatever. So I thought when she was like that weak, she might like me.
She would say yes to someone like him. It's one of the most disturbing moments in the show because it's not about...
I'm going to take this time out to say, Irish men got big forearms. Yeah, they short and they go bald quick. They got big forearms. I don't know why I said that, but it's just something that needed to be said.
Cruelty, it's about conditioning. He's been taught that shame makes girls easier to access, that confidence must be broken before closeness is possible. But Katie doesn't play along to this narrative. She turns him down again. It's a confirmation that yes, he is invisible, laughable, worthless. And that shame, it doesn't just sit there. It festers, it builds until it becomes something else. When Jamie's friend hands him a knife just to scare her, it becomes the final link in a long chain of fear, insecurity, and rage. And it ends in a moment that he can't take back. Jamie's story may be fictional, but it reflects something very real. His arc mirrors the case of Elliot Rodger, the 22...
It does not mimic the case of Elliot Rodgers. This is their only case and incident of this. But it does not mimic the case of Elliot Rodgers, a person who was born rich with, with a series of mental disorders. And it's very hard to get laid when you have like all kinds of medications and shit just to keep yourself regular. this was and see, Elliot Rodgers, for one, the people who were his victims didn't know he existed. There were no bullying or anything like that. He just didn't know she's comparing an adult, born rich, mentally ill human being to a mentally sound, reasonably mentally sound, or relatively speaking, mentally sound, a 13-year-old boy in London with this, who comes from a middle-class family. This is the foolishness.
2-year-old whose 2014 attack left 6 people unalived and a manifesto behind. Roger framed his violence as a response to rejection, and in certain online communities, he became a twisted kind of symbol, and we see this in Adolescence. What Adolescence dares
A symbol of what?
to show is that Jamie is a younger version of that narrative. What's interesting is in the background of Jamie's story is the detective, a father himself, distant, overworked, unaware of what his own son is consuming online. As viewers, we can see the same patterns forming right in front of him. His son is also being bullied, also aware of this incel ideology. His father doesn't see it in his own son. Jamie isn't just one boy who went too far. He's a reflection of what happens when shame, loneliness, and confusion meet a culture that tells boys that they're only valuable when they're dominant. He's the pattern. And if we don't start addressing the systems that created him, we're gonna keep seeing more stories just like his. Let's cast our eyes to the women in this story, specifically Katie, who lingers like a ghost throughout the series. Because despite everything we learn about Jamie, Adolescence never loses sight of the sharpest, most unsettling question. Why is it that it's
They dropped the story of the inspector's son's story beyond dad talking to him. Yeah, it's weird that if the genders were reversed, this would be a story of how bad bullying is, because in the backdrop is a lot of bullying going on. And at the top of the bullying are the females, are the young girls. You had the black girl who bullied that white kid, just because she could, because you have a group of people that can hit that you can't hit back. So, that's a hotbed for bullying. But that gets ignored. And the message of this woman is incels should know their place, and they should just take whatever abuse women give them. The black girl storyline was useless as hell, ugly, big back, and beat the hell out of that boy. Well, I did think that they were going somewhere with that. Like, her being the best friend, did she know something that the cops didn't, and it related to that other boy, the one that she attacked? But no, it didn't go anywhere. It's just stuff that happened. You're right. It was useless.
It's boys who are doing the killing. Girls are being humiliated too, harassed, objectified, sent unsolicited photos, their photos being leaked, publicly shamed. Katie's leaked nude didn't just affect Jamie, it was her body on every phone, her social reputation that collapsed.
Well, why didn't she attack the boy that did it? Why didn't she attack the boy that did it? Instead, she attacked the weaker boy.
Was violated, ridiculed, and reduced to a circulating image. But Katie didn't turn to violence. Girls learn to absorb shame, to internalize pain.
Well, she did. She did push him down. She did resort to violence. And also, the black girl resorted to violence. So you see how they like to put this rose-colored image of girls even when they're bullying, they're still just, oh she's just so sweet, la la. She's like heaven, la la. Notice how they do that? This is disgusting. Notice how the girls don't resort to violence. The black girl just beat up a kid.
To carry it quietly and keep going, even after the boundaries have been crossed. The horror isn't just what he did, it's the framework he uses to justify it. What strikes me most is the contrast. Women have long endured harsh societal scrutiny, harassment, and violence without responding in kind.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, sugar and spice and everything nice. That's what little girls are made of. All right. So, which brings me to, let's just go over some stories, shall we? I'm not even going to mention Amber Heard. Hold on. Hit the like button. I remember watching this case years ago and just sickened by it. Georgia beauty queen who shot and killed her two-timing boyfriend was acquitted of murder Wednesday after claiming she acted in self-defense. A beauty queen who shot and killed her two-timing boyfriend. Okay, Sharon Nicole Redmond admitted shooting her boyfriend outside the home of another woman he was dating, but said she thought he was reaching for a gun. But Black Lives Matter, though, right? Except when a black woman is taking them. He did not have a weapon. Redmond, 23, had faced an automatic life sentence if convicted of Kevin's shooter, 2003 slaying. 4 months earlier, she had been crowned Miss Savannah. Yes, Miss Savannah is out deleting Pookies. The jury of 9 women and 3 men, yep, a jury of your peers, right? The jury of 9 women and 3 men deliberated for a little more than 9 hours over 2 days. Redmond gasped and sobbed as she heard the verdict. Throughout tears, she mentioned the words, "Thank you." Walking out the back door. One of her attorneys, Michael something or other, said Redmond felt like the weight of the world was lifted off her shoulders and put on this 13-year-old boy's shoulder, apparently. You have no idea what it feels like to be accused of a crime like murder. Being one step from walking into lockup for the rest of your life or walking out of the back door with me. Yeah. Left the courthouse without speaking to reporters. There was nothing we would do differently if we had to present it again. Prosecutor Jerry Rothschild said, "I think it's time to accept the verdict and go home." Shorter, 25, has dated both Redmond and Rachel Hall, for about 3 years. Both women said Redmond went to Hall's home, so she followed him. What was she doing at her boyfriend's girlfriend's home? She followed him there. The night of the shooting, to clear up allegations Redmond had made harassing phone calls, Both testified they talked peacefully. Shorter arrived soon after Redman and shouted angrily at her using sexual insults. Prosecutors argued Redman shot Shorter in a jealous anger. Yes, she did. After, in Hall's presence, he told the beauty queen he no longer wanted her, and she was a good time, excuse me. He no longer wanted her, and she was good for nothing but sex. Oh, but no, women process their anger perfectly well, right? I mean, because being called an incel isn't the equivalent to saying that your only value is sexual. Redman testified she intended the shot was a warning because she feared Shorter was reaching for a gun in his car. She said didn't aim at Shorter. Crime scene photos showed a dent in Shorter's car where the bullet appeared to have ricocheted before hitting him in the right buttock, severing his femoral artery. Shorter died from blood loss 3 days later in the hospital. He suffered for 3 days. Redman says Shorter had been beaten throughout their relationship. Okay. That's convenient, right? You were stalking this guy that beat you. That's convenient. He beat me. The whole key to the case was intent. The state had to prove intent to kill or prove their charges. All right. Okay, so there you have it. I mean, and trust me, the internet is full of stories like this. Rejected broads taking it too far. Like that Brian Banks scenario. Or that Merlin Santana scenario. Like, they do this crap all the time, but Netflix don't make a video or a movie about it. It's okay. All you have to do is say that you thought that he had a gun, and it's okay. Because Black lives, they matter when cops say that a black man had a gun and they took action. Sugar and spice and everything nice. That's what little girls are made of. That's what she would have you believe. Okay, let's be clear. This Miss Georgia thing or Miss Savannah thing, she's not a femcel because he said that you aren't good for anything but sex, meaning that she is good for sex. And many women fall into that category, if not most. Like, if you're not good for anything, you're at least good for that.
Taught to internalize our pain, to minimize it, to move through it. So why, when boys feel the sting of rejection or alienation, are some turning to violence? And that's the haunting question.
Since we're talking about fictitious movies, let's think about a thin line between love and hate. Since we're talking about fictitious movies, y'all remember that? It's a thin line between love and hate. So apparently, there's a movie with Martin Lawrence, Regina Hall, and dang, what's the other one? What's that woman name? Somebody help me. The co-star of Thin Line Between Love and Hate. Bobby Brown was in it too. Elise Whitfield, I think, something like that. So you have that, right? You have a thin line between love and hate, and basically, he rejected her for Regina King, who isn't even the hottest Regina Hall is, and And she just did all kind of crazy stuff. And the whole movie was all the crazy shit she was doing to him. And then at the end of the movie, she confessed to killing her ex-husband, and she was about to kill him. But hey, it was just an entertaining movie, right? I mean, it's when women do stuff like, it's okay. The stuff like that is okay. It's funny. In fact, at the end, she didn't even go to prison for committing first-degree murder on her husband and confessing to it, to a person, to somebody else that she was about to murder. See, stuff like that is okay. Society is conditioned to understand that stuff like that is okay because he cheated.
Question at the heart of adolescence, and it's one that demands our attention.
I think the men are becoming afraid because they're realizing a woman's power. You're going to have to do the one thing you have been avoiding the whole time, and that is change and become a better man. If you
shut your fat ugly ass up. See, and here's the cold part. She's saying the same thing that Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines is saying. They're all saying that you need to change and become better men. You need to change and become better men. That's what they're both saying. And really, that's just the narrative that they want to push, and anything outside of that, they give push against. What they want to do is they want to set their price. And they want the men to pay the price that they set. But it's not working the way that they want it to work. And that's because just because you say something is worth more, that doesn't mean that it is. And men are starting to realize that. And men, quite frankly, aren't paying. Now, are all of these men on the manosphere? Of course fucking not. Most young men, from what I've noticed, they've just taken to video games and porn. They're like, you know something? The price that you want me to pay for a bitch that looks like this is way too high. And since I'm never going to afford it, I'm not going to worry about affording it. I'm just going to, do my dance, twist my fingers with my hands. That's what they're going to do. I've seen it happen this whole generation. It's kind of like this tariff thing. It's like, listen, Trump is like, okay, I'm just going to demand more. I'm going to offer you the same stuff that I offered you last year. I'm just going to demand more for you. And I'm not talking about a little bit more. I'm talking about to a ridiculous degree. Like, yes, I am going to charge a lot more for something and expect you to buy it at the same rate. That's how that works. They're saying that, okay, I am going to charge men more for something and or for the same thing. And I want you to consume it at the same rate. So women are not being consumed at the same rate. That's why they're complaining like, oh, guys aren't hitting on me anymore, and guys aren't hitting on me at Home Depot, and guys aren't trying to fucking, they're complaining about that, which is a natural response. Not dealing with something that is overpriced is a natural reaction. And you want to know what else is a natural reaction? And we're seeing countries doing this and dealing with the tariff situation, is finding other outlets, finding other distributors of the things that is overpriced. America did it. During the American Revolution, tea was overpriced and they started drinking coffee. And we still drink coffee. It's not like Starbucks is known for its tea. And it's not like Americans are known for drinking tea. No, we have become coffee people because tea was overpriced at one point. It's the same thing now. Y'all overcharged. And now men are finding other alternatives. That's what passport bros are doing. Or they're just learning to deal without it. And that's what most young men are doing. And that is finding comfort in other things.
ever want to be with any one of these women. No one is settling for you anymore.
Because women face rejection, humiliation, and objectification every day, online and in person, from dating apps to...
What humiliation, degradation, and rejection are they facing that men are not facing in greater abundance? We most certainly face more rejection, more humiliation. And we're talking about the TV series Adolescence. He was rejected, humiliated, and degraded. As many men are. But they need to process it better, according to this bitch.
To school corridors, girls are routinely degraded, harassed, and dismissed. We are called every name under the sun. We are stalked.
Are you called incel? Because that's what she called him.
We are doxxed, threatened for saying no, for ignoring messages, for not making...
Oh my gosh. So she just spoke about being rejected as you are a victim. You're a victim of something if you are rejected. And then she said that when we reject somebody, we're called names. So notice how the woman is always the victim. A man is a victim for rejecting a woman, or excuse me, a woman is a victim for being rejected by a man. And a man is excuse me, let me rephrase. A woman is a victim if she has been rejected by a man. A woman is also a victim if she rejects a man and he behaves as if he is a victim of her. Can't make this up.
Ourselves small enough. And yet young girls are not turning around and aliving young boys, at least
not. Except when they are. Just saying.
Not at the rate that boys are. They're not creating echo chambers to radicalize each other into violent hatred. And this contrast...
They literally say, abort black babies.
matters. And in the midst of it, Katie remains largely voiceless. We only know her through what others say, through gossip, screenshots, a leaked image, and Jamie's warped recollections. She never gets to speak for herself. Even in death, even at the center of the narrative, her story is filtered through male perception. Her silence isn't accidental, it's structural. This too is part of the cost that girls are expected to carry. It reveals how patriarchy offers boys a script for their pain, one that always points the finger outward. It gives them someone to blame. Girls are offered no such outlet. We're told to swallow.
No, you're not told to swallow anything, especially you. I don't want you swallowing anything of mine. But not only are you told not to swallow anything, you just told this boy to swallow the insults of this girl. He needs to learn to process her insults and deal with it. So you're saying that he should swallow it. And they're also taught to fight back, and you don't have to put up with this, blah, 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 blah.
It, to shrink, to shoulder the shame and keep going. Adolescence doesn't just ask us to look at Jamie, it asks us to look at the world that made him possible and what it continues to demand from the girls and the women around him. I really wanted to dig into episode 3 because it's pretty powerful. If Katie is the ghost haunting adolescence, then Bryony is the witness left behind. And in episode 3, the show's most unsettling hour, we watch her sit across from Jamie Miller, the 13-year-old boy at the center of this story, in a real-time psychological evaluation. One room, one conversation, one unbroken take. No cuts, no escape. At first, it's almost sweet. Jamie is polite, quiet, thoughtful. He talks about hot chocolate, makes jokes, flirts a little, compliments Bryony's scarf. He's performing, trying on a version of manhood that's been stitched together from YouTube clips and TikTok memes. A boy mimicking a man. But Bryony isn't just making small talk. She's asking questions about his parents, about Katie, about what he thinks it means to be a boy, to be a man. And that's when the cracks start to show. Because underneath the charm is something colder. Jamie doesn't just want to be understood, he wants to be liked. And when Bryony doesn't give him that validation instantly, when she refuses to mirror back the version of himself that he's trying to project.
Okay. It's funny. She has an irony deficiency. She don't see that she's saying that this boy has a desire to be liked. And when it wasn't mirrored, there was a lash out. So did the girl. She had a desire to be liked. Why do you think that she took tit pics at 13? That's her desire to be liked. And it wasn't reciprocated. And she took it out on Jamie, a boy who liked her anyway.
He shifts. The tone gets harder. The smile falters. The boyish performance begins to curdle into something more familiar, more dangerous. This moment, this subtle unraveling, is one of the most honest depictions of modern masculinity that I've seen on
Holy
screen.
crap.
Because what Jamie is doing isn't unique. It's a script. He's
It is
been
unique.
absorbing cues from online culture.
It is unique. Pretty much whenever somebody makes a movie about something, a situation, it's unique.
Learning that
if it wasn't unique, then people would just have that conversation like at dinner time in front of the table. You know, you ask your daughter, so Felicia, how was school today? Oh, Daddy, I got stabbed. Oh, yeah, that happens. Hey, Greg, how was school today? Oh, I stabbed a bitch. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Well, today we're having meatloaf. Like, it's not normal for that to happen. This is an outlier situation. In fact, it's so much of an outlier situation that it's fabricated. It's fiction.
desire should be rewarded, that attention is owed, and that rejection isn't just disappointing, it's emasculating. And when Jamie tells Bryony that Katie called him an incel online, it's not just teen drama, it's the moment that he felt himself being stripped of status, of control, and of belonging.
You do not tell me when to sit down! You do not control my fucking... Look at me now!
He doesn't frame it as heartbreak, he frames it as logic.
I could have touched any part of her body I wanted to, I really wanted to, but I didn't. Most boys would have touched her. So that makes me better.
That one line is devastating. In Jamie's mind, the fact that he didn't go further, didn't commit a more graphic act of violence, makes him better, makes him the restrained one. A good boy who simply snapped. Adolescence isn't just showing us a violent boy, it's showing us how violence gets rationalized, how entitlement disguises itself as victimhood, how rejection becomes the justification. And in
Oh my gosh, what is it with this whole entitlement thing? They actually call boys entitled. Politely asking for something and then getting mad when you get rejected and humiliated is not entitlement.
In that room, Jamie plays every card. He's charming, then he's cold. He jokes, and then he sulks. He compliments, and then he guilt trips. And when none of it works, he goes quiet. He stonewalls her, withdraws his affection like a punishment. It's not calculated in the way an adult manipulator might be, but it's familiar because it's learned. And he's learned it from a culture that teaches boys how to perform dominance long before they understand what it actually means. And Bryony, she handles him with extraordinary control. It's emotional triage. She's not just evaluating Jamie, she's surviving him. And I feel like a lot of women have been in her position. Then comes the moment Adolescence gives us that so few shows do. Bryony steps outside. She crumbles, she breathes, then she pulls herself back together and walks right back in there. It's so quiet, so restrained, and yet it says everything because Jamie might be 13, but what he represents, the unpredictability, the emotional volatility, the entitlement, carries the weight of the real threat. I was scared. It was enough to shake a grown woman, enough to leave her breathless. And that's the point.
It's funny that she says, I was scared. And I get why she's scared. So, but it's not a fear for her life. It's a fear that things aren't what you are prepared to handle them to be. People often get scared when things happen that isn't supposed to happen. It just defies like your understanding of the universe, but in this case, human psychology. For example, if a person in real life, not the movies, if a person in real life were to jump off a building and then go up, there's that shock like, what in the world is going on? Gravity did not apply in this case. The world isn't what I've understood it to be. Something highly unpredictable has happened. And the same with like slave rebellions, you know, like the Nat Turner slave rebellion or the Spartacus slave rebellion. It's, you know, the slave owners of the time, and I'm talking about the Spartacus time, were like, wait a minute, this wasn't supposed to happen. These guys were supposed to be fighting each other, not me. This is not what I anticipated. This goes against my understanding of what slavery is. The nature of humans who were born into or, you know, captured into slavery, servitude, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is just unprecedented. You know, they don't know what to do with the behavior of that because the general thinking is that a certain group of people are content with not being free. And whenever they show malcontent against this, the people who are charged to believe that they are supposed to be this way, that this is the way things are, if you do this, then this will be the outcome, are shocked. Okay, maybe I'm missing my point. Maybe an analogy is better. Another analogy is better done here that doesn't involve humans, at least not as the subjugated class. I forget the name of the people. Y'all can help me out in the chat room if you like, but the story goes along whether we know the name of the person or not. Maybe it's Siegfried. Who knows? There was this albino tiger that was famous and it was being fucked with. I don't know the process of how you fuck with tigers because I don't fuck with tigers. But I do know that this particular tiger was being fucked with for quite some time. and then it just went off, it snapped, and it ate one of the famous tiger fuckwit people. Now, I'm pretty sure his method of fucking with tigers is the same method as everybody who has been fucking with tigers since the first tiger fuckwitter existed. Like, oh, okay, if you put a fire hoop in a whip and you have a chair or something, that's the proper way to fuck with a tiger. And then when the tiger bites you and mauls you and tiger uppercut you to death, thank you, Siegfried and Roy. All of the other tiger fuckwitters have to reevaluate the process and the philosophy behind fucking with tigers. And that's what's going on here. And that's why, she's so scared of this whole thought and process. Not because the girl was deleted, but because the process that they are putting these boys through to accept being fucked with isn't successful. It does not have a 100% success ratio. Fucking with tigers apparently does not have a 100% fuck with a success ratio. So now you are worried. Now you don't feel so safe behind that chair and hoop. Things are different now. I'm going to read this. On October 3rd, 2003, I guess that's the day of Tiger Liberation. That's Tiger MLK Day. That's St. Patrick's Tiger Day. It says during a Siegfried and Roy show at the Marriott, Roy Horn was attacked by a white tiger named Manosphere. Damn. Leaving him partially paralyzed. Oh, so he still lived. And ended their lifelong running Las Vegas shows. Yeah. Yeah. So what this woman is going through, to bring the analogy full circle, what this woman is going through is, I want to continue to fuck with tigers. But I understand that the way that we've been fucking with them for far too long is not going to be as successful.
Reminder of what women navigate every day, of how we are taught to remain composed in the presence of danger.
Oh my gosh. Nobody is telling these bitches that. And they have not told these bitches that since 1975. We are taught to be composed in danger. Okay. Who taught you that? Who taught you that? Where is the lesson? Where's the online lesson where they're teaching these broads? Shout out to, Cooking with Kaya. That actually teaches women some feminine skills. Kaya can get it, and I'll eat her food. But where are the etiquette classes? Y'all the most educated. Not one of you bitches took an etiquette class. Yeah, not only are women taught to be dangerous, like Laura Croft or, that bitch from Star Wars, Rey. Not only are they taught to be dangerous, they're taught to encourage and incite men into danger. But they're not. See, it's funny how they turn the clock back and forward at a whim. Like 1 minute they're taught to wear big poofy dresses and walk around with umbrellas and and be ladylike and demure at all times. At one moment they're taught that, and then the next moment, let me show you what they teach you. The next moment, hit the like button, people. Hit the like button. And once again, a thin line between love and hate is an example of this.
to manage men's emotions whilst.
Oh crap! Now they're managing our emotions when they can't manage their own damn emotions. Okay, let me show you what women have been taught.
This is Ban Bossy. Take one. Pushy. Stubborn. Pushy. Stubborn. Bossy. Bossy. When I was growing up, I was called bossy.
I think the word bossy is just a squasher.
Being labeled something matters. By middle school,
Girls are less interested in leadership than boys. And that's because they worry about being called bossy.
We need to tell them it's okay to be ambitious.
we need to help
That's what they're being taught. That's what they're actually being taught.
them lean in.
Words matter.
Let's just ban the word bossy.
And encourage girls to lead.
Let's ban the word bossy and encourage girls to lead. We've been taught to curtsy and be polite. No, you weren't.
To be strong and be ambitious.
Listen to your own voice.
There are no limits. Dare to be you.
You can change the world.
Let's ban bossy.
Be brave. Be you.
Ban bossy.
Join us to ban bossy.
I'm not bossy. I'm the boss.
Encourage.
So this is what they're actually teaching young girls. Understand what's going on here. They're teaching little girls to go around bossing people. So if you ever walk into, let's just say, a restaurant, a fast food restaurant, and a 6-year-old say, "Give me some fucking fries." And all the poor 16-year-old, cashier can say is, "Oh, Myron, you bossy. Don't call me bossy. I'm a boss." And the parents just stand there and smile because it's a good thing to have like a obnoxious, bossy little bitch. That's what they're telling these girls. Imagine walking out the grocery store. I never do this. It's not that I have anything against them. I just don't like the cookies. Keep it a buck. I don't like the cookies and I don't need the calories. But they're still polite and sweet about it. I'm talking about Girl Scouts. But what if they didn't? What if they took this philosophy and just said, "Nigga, if you don't buy some cookies," what if they did that?
Girls to lead. Take the pledge at banbossy.com.
Now, there's something else I want to say on this before I. But these women just turn into like 17th century, women of etiquette out of nowhere. And they pretend like modern times don't exist. Hold on. No, I do not like Girl Scout cookies. Maybe I do have something against Girl Scouts because I had to work. So I was a Boy Scout, and notice that there's no Boy Scout cookies. So how do we get money for our camping trips? Well, we work. We actually mow lawns and we wash cars and stuff like that. So that is a little unfair. I mean, but I get it. Men and women are different. You know, that's just how it is. And boys and girls are different. But girls are being encouraged to be something obnoxious, quite frankly. Hold on, dang. See if I could find it. Okay, I can't find it, but I could have swore that Hillary Clinton was a part of all of this Ban Bossy foolishness. You see, here's the thing. Trump has never, the only time Trump won an election was against feminists, not just women, even though he only won against women, but he also only won against women who made it apparent that they are going to push this agenda. This agenda. You know, women who like, yeah, I understand that the country is a toxic place for men, but we're going to focus on the girls and we're going to make them more bossy. You know, both Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton was on that shit. And that is why you lost. So, yeah, it is what it is. Let me go back to the topic at hand.
Suppressing our own fear, to do the work of de-escalating even when we're the ones who are at risk. What this scene shows isn't just one interaction, it's a gender dynamic that plays out every day. In classrooms, offices, courtrooms, homes, women are expected to manage male emotions, even when those emotions carry the potential for harm, to stay calm in the presence of danger, to de-escalate, to absorb, to navigate, to soothe, to protect themselves without making it obvious, without making it trigger the guy. And the one take structure of the episode reflects that whole kind of dynamic perfectly. There are no cuts, no relief, no way out. We are stuck in that room with Bryony just as she is. We watch every shift in Jamie's tone, every pause, every silence. We aren't allowed to look away because this isn't a thriller, it's a reckoning. The one take format isn't just a cinematic choice, it's an emotional one. It forces us to witness how boys learn to perform manhood, how they test boundaries, how they assert power, how quickly charm can turn into coldness, and how women over and over again are expected to sit through it and keep their composure.
She's just making this shit up now. Like, why? Who was expected to sit through it and maintain their composure? Now, she can argue that she's talking about the therapist here, but so was the cop. Like, I mean, really, adults are just sitting through it.
That scene doesn't just say something about Bryony, it says something about all of us, about how deeply embedded these dynamics are, about the way power doesn't always come from size or age, but from the role society hands to boys, to men, and expects women to manage. Adolescence doesn't make Bryony a savior. She doesn't fix Jamie. She doesn't even fully understand him. She just walks out, shaken, rattled. And honestly, that's the most truthful ending the show could give her. Just like Bryony, we're stuck, watching, waiting, calculating. And by the end, just like her, we're exhausted. This is what it feels like to be a woman navigating male entitlement. There are no cuts.
There is no entitlement. What entitlement is there when a guy is asking what appears to be a low-hanging fruit out? Basically, he's taking Chad's leftovers who still rejected him. Where was the entitlement of that?
No exits, no edits to soften the edges. Just you and him and the threat that he might become. Adolescence doesn't end with catharsis, it ends with discomfort. It leaves us holding questions that are bigger than one crime, one boy, and one girl. It's not just a story about Jamie, it's about what allowed Jamie to form. The online echo chambers, the absent parents, the broken conversations between fathers and sons, the weaponized.
Okay, so this is her trying to recondition society, reprogram society to keep men on a plantation.
Desire, the casual misogyny that we've come to normalize. It's about a culture that teaches boys that they are owed something and offers them rage when they don't get it. But it's also about what girls are expected to carry. Katie's story is told in fragments, filtered through others, twisted by rumor, flattened by Jamie's entitlement. She has no voice of her own, even in her own death. And Bryony, tasked with facing that violence directly, must do so with calm, grace, and restraint.
It's amazing how she talks about the 80-20 rule, and then she says that it's the men that are entitled. It's like, wait a minute. If you feel you deserve the top 20% of men, then isn't that entitlement?
Because women always have to be the ones to hold the line. And then there's us, the audience, trapped in that single unflinching take, made to sit in the tension, to bear witness, to ask, what now? Because adolescence doesn't offer answers, it offers a mirror. And what it reflects back is not easy to look at. It shows us a generation of boys who don't know how to process pain, still expected to absorb that pain quietly, and a society that at every level refuses to confront the root of it all. So what happens next? That's not a question that the show can answer. It's one that we have to. I'd love to hear from everyone, particularly men, about what they felt, what they thought when they watched this show, whether it triggered anything inside you, whether you recognize things in yourself, in your friends, in your family members. And for women, I would love to hear.
Okay. See, this is that guilt shit. I want everybody to watch a documentary rather, called Am I Racist? Basically, it begins with the assumption that you're guilty. And then you're supposed to examine yourself, examine your guilt. Examine you because you are racist, because you are not a minority. Therefore, you are inherently racist. And you need to examine your own racism. And that is designed to make you feel guilty. And once you feel guilty, then the people control you because they like, you can only, you can't be mean to them even if they deserve it because you're guilty of this particular action that didn't happen to them. That's what she's trying to do to men. You need to examine it because, this fictitious person stabbed a 13-year-old girl. So you need to examine yourself and how you treat ugly bitches. No, he's wrong for what he did and you're an ugly bitch. One thing has nothing to do with another. All of this is so you can get discount dick. Fuck you.
Yeah, what you thought about being with Bryony in that room sat across from Jamie, because honestly, I was so scared and I was like, this is a 13-year-old boy, but honestly, I would have just walked out of that room and been like, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, because it was really scary. And I made this video because time and time again, even just this morning before I sat down to record this, I have seen so many cases of women being unalived at the hands of men after being rejected by ex-partners, by very similar scenarios. And it is alarming. It's getting to the point where, you know, things like the 4B movement are rising up, where women just want to distance themselves from men because it's safer than becoming a potential news bulletin at the end of the day. So I would also love to hear from you guys, and particularly another.
This is not an attractive woman.
The group that I also want to challenge here are parents. Like, do you know what your kids are?
See, once again, this is her trying to manipulate society. And this whole anti-DEA rampage that Trump is on, even though civil rights are being affected and challenged as a result of it. But, you know, DEI did use civil rights as a stepping stone to, you know, embolden themselves to this lunacy. Nevertheless, the reason why it's embraced is because people are tired of groups of people just saying, trying to control the way they think. You should embrace this. You should embrace that. And if you don't, you need to reevaluate yourself. And you need to reevaluate how you treat your kid, how you train your kids, how you indoctrinate your kids if you are not part of this groupthink. People got sick of that. And the election in November of 2024 really showed how sick of it people were. I mean, you know, it wasn't about the economy. It was about all this shit that would have went further if the election went a different direction. We're not safe because something happened to someone on a movie. Shut your ugly ass up.
Up to online, you don't just lock people up and throw them in prison. You have to address things at the root. So thank you so much for watching, guys, and I will see you in.
All right. Gosh, that was hard to watch. Now I'm going to hold on. That's Shay Sade. Shout out to Shay Sade. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I didn't even plan for this, but this just so happened to be like, you know, when you watch a video, a random video come up next, depending on where you are in the algorithm, and I do watch Shay Sade. Ever notice how, okay, so I want y'all to remember how she was painting men versus women. Women are taught this, and men are taught this, and women are like this, and men are like this. Men are entitled. Okay, let's see what women are.
These are the requirements that you need to have in order to date me, a single mom of 3 kids. Number 1 is that you need to be making at least $130K a year, and you need to have at least 2 side hustles. If you cannot make $130K or more, then you are out of my league.
Men are entitled. Okay.
How do you expect to give me money for my kids if you only make $50K a year? Second is I don't date men that are younger than me because
men are entitled
for obvious reasons. So if you are 26 and over, then you qualify. 26 to 35 is the age limit. Okay, I feel like 35 is pushing it because they look old as fuck already. Oh, I'm 20.
Men are entitled. Keep in mind, this is random shit. This is random. You know, this is her talking about herself. But it's men that are entitled, right? Like, I mean, we're the men who are talking like this and mean it. Like, unbelievable. So they create this false reality. This is how they control society. This is how they tame the tiger. This is how they tame the tiger.
I'm a baby, so yeah. You have to have at least 3 cars under your name. Your second car has to have 8 seats because I have 3 kids. So I want to be comfortable whenever we go with you on a trip or something. You want me to come with you? I'm gonna bring my kids, and you need to have enough space for my kids. So that's why
Why does it need 8 seats? Is she bad at math or is she just demanding shit? Men are entitled. This bitch. Men are entitled. Western men have been eating scraps for about 3 generations now. Since the moment James Evans put his dick in Florida Evans, men have been eating scraps ever since. This has been going on for a long fucking time. So how can you have a group of people who are entitled when they are conditioned to accept less? That's like me saying that those fly-faced Africans are entitled. No, they accept less. They got flies on their fucking face. They're not even entitled to a fly swatter, you know. And I've seen the women that Mississippi niggas fuck. They're not entitled to anything. They're not even entitled to food. They eat dirt. They are not entitled. They don't even feel entitled to a woman who's not fat. That's not their cousin. They do not feel entitled to shit. This is entitled. The way men are, Western men is not entitled.
Require you to have an SUV and a vehicle of your own if you're going to be dating me. Another requirement is that you have to have a property under your name, and you have to be looking into getting your second property. You have to get a home that has 6 rooms, because each of my kids have to be in their own room. So you have to be considerate. Purchase a house that has 6 rooms, because that's only common sense.
What is the extra room? Really, what's the extra 2 rooms? Oh, actually, I think that she's under the impression that he's going to sleep in a separate room. He's going to sleep in a separate room. But there's still 5 rooms.
And if you cannot meet those requirements, then you're not the fucking one. The last requirement is that it has to be pink. If it's not pink, no. Pink and brown go together. Pink and brown. Like, what? Duvalin, you know?
I was wondering what she meant, but I think she's talking about white guys. Okay. Holy shit. If things weren't going so well for white guys right now, I would feel bad for them. Well, I'll put it like this. I feel good for the white guys that are in the know. And I feel bad for the white guys that are not in the know. Okay, here's what I mean by that. White guys are a group of guys that are looked upon as game goofy. See, they don't have all of these cultural things that Black and Latino men have, because they have been dealing with a completely different culture of women for the past couple of generations. So they don't have all these rules and hang-ups and shit like that we have. You know, all this, oh man, no tricking. You know, they don't have songs like, you know, a bitch can't get $1 out of me. No Cadillac or words you can't see. I'm a motherfucking PIMP. They don't have that mentality going on in the culture. So white men, they kind of have like, they're the last Tradcons. That's what I'm looking for. They're the last Tradcons. And in their culture, it wasn't their culture that came up with don't treat a hoe like a housewife. It wasn't their culture that came up with that. And this is something that came up in the Black culture through trial and error. So all the safeguards that developed amongst Black men don't really exist as a norm in white culture. So what are they going to do? what are these black and brown women are going to do? They're going to go to a culture where the guys aren't prepared for it, where the guys are still on some Tradcon shit, where the guys are just going to, be open to it, because they're just looking for, a pretty face. They're still on that stepdad thing that my dad was on in the 80s. Because their culture haven't prepared them from it. Like our culture prepared our sons for women like this. It's just that the women took the father out of the house so that young men and boys don't really have access to that culture. But we put it out there. She's so fly. She'll drive you right out of your mind and steal your heart when you're blind. Beware, she's scheming. She'll make you think you're dreaming. You'll fall in love and you'll be screaming. We have been preparing our sons for this. A bitch is a bitch. Shout out to Ice Cube. Oh, and shout out to the homie. Met him in real life. Cool brother. And he is a short dude. Shout out to the homie. Too short. Shout out to that man is a genius. Shout out to the homie Too Short. He prepared us for these bitches. Who's the white Too Short? Who's the white Ice Cube? Shout out to another town brother. Isa, should I save her? I want to be saved. What's that food name? Captain Save-A-Hole, man. This prepares young men. Like, wait a minute. You shouldn't rush in. You should not rush in. Look before you leave. Don't turn a hole into a house. We have been preparing our men. White guys, what in their culture prepared them for savage bitches? E40, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I think you're from Vallejo, which is nearby. This motherfucker said Elvis. Where did Elvis get his music from? Where did Elvis get his music from? Mama in the kitchen burning rice. Daddy's round the corner shooting dice. Brothers in jail raising hell. Sister around the corner selling fruit cocktail. Does that sound like white upbringing? We have been warning young men and boys about this for years. For years. No, not the rolling dice. Not the, even the poor right culture is not daddy around the corner shooting dice. And mama's not in the kitchen burning rice. Mama's in the kitchen, but she's not burning rice. These are uniquely black. Shooting dice? No. They are shooting beer bottles. Or they're shooting an old car. They're not shooting dice. Nope. Can't get away with that. So, and I don't know what's going on in whatever the fuck she is, culture. But I do know that it prepares you for these deceitful bitches. And what they're doing is they're moving away from that. They're moving away from the preparations. And even though, because the internet exists, white men are savvy. And if you are a white man and you are savvy, then you are in a position to just pump and dump, because they're trying to get over on you, and you can get them under you real easy. So salute to those of you who are in the know. But if you're out there trying to wife these chicks, thinking that, you know, oh, she's just a victim of an evil black man, and if you treat her right, then, you know, blah 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 blah, and tra la 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 la. You know, hold on. Queen of Kings. Queen of Kings. That dude is in complete hell right now. He's been disgraced, disrespected, humiliated, you know, lost his job, arrested, all that shit, thinking that everything is cool, thinking that, oh, there's nothing wrong with, you know, getting with a black single mother. What could possibly, and she pretty, what could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? It was the baby's father that's the problem, not her. This is what happened. Our culture prepared us for this bitch. If you took the culture seriously. Never trust a big butt and a smile. Never trust a big wig and ashy skin. Yeah, exactly. So basically, you have these chicks who are like, pink and brown go together. I seen this shit. It was at like an office. I don't know if it was a Christmas party, but it was definitely an office party. And she was brown, but a different type of brown. I think she was like Indian or something, right? And her husband was white. And I knew the dude, he is the, you know, quintessential suburban white dad, right? And I never met his wife, but I knew she was pretty, prettier than he is handsome, because he had a photo up on his desk. And when I met her at the thing, it was stuff around. It was like a little, what do you call those things? Not hors d'oeuvres, but just little shit that they serve, right? And there was some pizza too. And she asked me if I wanted something, right? I was like, oh no, thank you. She was like, you sure? I was like, yeah, I don't eat pork. And she was like, yeah, you don't fuck with that swine. I was like, whoa, what the hell? And then she was like, yeah, these cracker ass crackers. And her husband, who is white, was standing right there. I'm looking like, hey, you know, I know that this is not office hours, but this is an office party, and you're not going to check this chick? I mean, yeah, she had a few, but she's on some race shit. I mean, granted, you're white, and it's your discretion to be offended or not, but I was just mad weird. I was like, damn, I thought he had a good deal. Once again, she just had a few. I'll just write it off as that. That's what I did after the thing. But I was just thinking like, damn. And the way he took it, he just pretended like ain't shit happened. Like it was nothing wrong with what was going on. So, but that's what they hope for when they get that. They hope for like just this easygoing, you know, not really not really, prepared full of foolishness type group of people. That's what they're looking for.
This video has been making its rounds all over the internet, and we already know why. Unrealistic dating standards.
Oh, okay. So that's Shay Sade. Salute to her. Shout out to her. She did a spectacular video of me. That's what made it spectacular. Talking about fat bitches. So actually, I'm going to look that video up so I could comment in the comment section. I've been meaning to do this, so it's no time like the present. Hold on. But here, let's go to her channel. Let's go to her channel and explore. All right, where is that video? It's the one about fat chicks. Here we go.
Alright. Y'all always want to know, why do we like BBWs, right?
Because that's all you can fucking get.
For one, they can cook. For two, they got all that body. For three, they really don't play with people.
These are dumb. And they you see, here's the thing. People talk about Pookie get all the bitches. It's because of shit like this. Like he's obviously on some Pookie shit, or at least he's trying to appear to be. I'm not jealous of what the fuck this nigga is fucking on, talking about fat women got bodies. There's nothing in life he got that I want. Nothing. Not a damn thing.
But they ain't got time to play people.
I'm FINE. Fat
Oh,
and honest.
goddamn.
Y'all be talking about our women, but that's what got your niggas stuck.
I just want to say, being fat never prevented me from being treated like a princess. And the men who date me, who show me a good time, who take care of me, who lavish me with all this love and gifts and excitement, I just have to say, I'm worthy.
Black man's standards are trash. Let's address the elephant in the woman. She's fat. She's fat.
Like, we really get pretty everywhere I go. Like, and I think that some people actually are so disgusted with women that look like us that they cannot fathom that we actually get to experience pretty fucking privilege. I agree.
Black men have been taught to diminish their standards since they were little boys.
Being fat and being fine at the same time is a very difficult position to be in.
Since they were babies.
It's not a difficult position to be in. A difficult position to be in is being ridden by you, you fat bitch. Oh, holy crap. A difficult position to be in is the position to try to find your pussy between all that thigh fat. That is a difficult position to be in. Of course, that's my voice. That's me talking. That's me speaking against this narrative. So what Shay Sade did, and this, what I call, oh crap, I forgot to. Y'all don't forget to do that. Y'all don't forget to hit the like button. I forgot to hit the like button, and I just did it now. All right, where is it at? If she edited one of my rampages against fat bitches and put it on her thing.
Babies. Like when I learned to walk, a black woman said, don't think that you too tall to be with a black woman.
And it's difficult because people make it difficult.
They want you to feel like nothing, because that's the only people that would give. And for some men, it works.
Like, if you find me to be a beautiful woman, then just say that. Like, you don't have to be torn between, oh, she's pretty, but she's also this. I know that.
That's why you have these relationships where guys.
First of all, fat women are never pretty because fat women don't have faces. Fat women ain't got no fucking face. I don't think I remember what a fat woman's face looked like. The only way I could tell them apart is the differences in fat and skin complexion. So, her name's not Kim Fields. So, there's Jack A. Harris. And then there's somebody else. And that somebody else is the woman from Next Friday, not the Friday after next. She was the woman on Next Friday who was Elroy's wife, and she was fat. Hold on, what's her name? Shit. Hold on. Friday after next. I think it was Sweet Melody Media that informed me. Oh no, it was Next Friday. My bad. Next Friday. Kim Whitfield. I swear for about 30 fucking years, I thought that was the same bitch. I thought that was the same woman. I swore that those were two of the same people. Why? Because fat women look alike. They don't have different faces. I thought that they were the same damn person for a long damn time. I did not know that they was different. You think I look at that bitch's face? No, I do not. They don't look different to me. They look the same. It was Melody that told me that. Shout out to her. I was like, wait a minute, that's a different person? That is a different person. All right.
Where the black men are significantly more handsome than the black woman is pretty.
It's called duality. That's what it's called. I know I'm not a size 2.
This is commonplace in these, super pro-black relationships. I'm not saying that the tactics don't work. It works. That's why Jermaine thinks she's cute.
I know I never lost the pandemic weight. I know that. I know that I'm fat, but I also know I'm fine.
It works. But the truth of the matter is, it is a tactic. It's witchcraft is what they're doing.
And I'm aware. So for people to be like, you can't get it because you're fat, all equates to people associating fat with ugly.
Because such a large number of women are doing it, black men have learned to fall for it, but not I. Why? Because I come from a different time, and I know that you are diminished.
I don't know where y'all are from, but in Philly, they love big girls.
And they made you think that you are less than, and the only woman that you deserve is this one right here.
I also know the face card doesn't decline. I also know that you want me.
They say
this fat bitch said the face card didn't decline. Okay, fat women don't have faces. Let's be clear. They have heads, they don't have faces. But face cards decline. What are you talking about? Rest in peace, Betty White. Betty White's been old my whole damn life. Betty White's been old until she died. From my perception, of course. I mean, everybody was born a baby. And I remember somewhere in the aughts, somebody showed me a picture of Betty White back in her pinup days. And I was like, wow. For those of you who don't know, Betty White is like the longest living member of the Golden Girls. She played like Blanche or Dorothy. I forget what was her name. But she was old. And I did not know that she was on some supermodel stuff when she was young. And not only do I, but everybody loved Betty White. Everybody. I don't think she had an enemy in the world. And so what I'm saying is not to diminish her in any way, shape, or form. But looks do fade. Thank you. She was Rose on Golden Girls. Sophia was the old one, right? But yeah, anyway. Looks do fade. It's like, oh, the face never fades. If that were so, Betty White would look the same way she did in like she was like 100. She was almost 100 years old. Talking, well, you think she looked like she's 20? Just talking stupid. Fat women are stupid.
Say stuff like that from the beginning. They diminish your standards from the beginning. They try to make you feel that you're worthless. No, you deserve better.
Somebody said Mary Tyler Moore was hot after 70. No, she was not. I don't know who she is, but no, she doesn't. Listen, okay. I want y'all to guess who my childhood crush was, because I had several. I was raised in the 80s. Who was my childhood crush that's still fine? Or who is my most preserved childhood crush? And I'll give you a hint. It is not Thelma from Good Times.
Better.
And it's not even about you wanting me, love. I am so content in who I am.
If you're talking about the same Diane Carroll that I'm thinking, I was attracted to girls my own age. So I'll give you another hint. It's not Rudy Huxtable. It's not Keisha Knight Pulliam.
And I love who I am so much. I'm not concerned about what you want to see from me.
She's fat. And therefore, her world perception isn't going to be the same as yours. It's going to be from the perception of a fat woman. And as such, the concept of her getting with a man with any type of standards or self-value is not feasible.
My body is not yours. You don't get to push whatever narrative you have over women's bodies or Black women's bodies. Or
they're trying to get you to undervalue yourself so they can get you at a discount. They don't want you to know your worth as Black men. And it's unfortunate because this is passed down from mother to son. That's why so many Black men are with these fat women.
You don't get to push that on me. I'm not going to take it from anybody. So if you feel like I'm pretty or fine, that's cool. If you don't, that's also okay.
You don't get pluses for basic stuff. You don't. And all big women are disqualified. They're not women, and they don't deserve our love or respect. They don't.
But you do not get to come into my.
That's my wisdom. So y'all listen to this. Listen to the whole thing on her channel. That's my wisdom. Y'all haven't guessed it right. And I'm gonna do a video on her, possibly tomorrow, depending on how heavy work is. But Zoe Kravitz, no, not Denise Huxtable. She was still a little older than me. So I didn't look at her like that until I became the age that she was on A Different World in the Cosby Show. Then I started to see her different. Vanessa is the shittiest Cosby kid of all five. Next is Sandra. But, and she's an all-around shitty person. It wasn't Laura from It wasn't Laura from Family Matters. It probably would be Myra had she lived. But no, the best preserved childhood crush, and it wasn't Janet Jackson. Somebody guessed that yesterday. It's not Maya. There you go. Somebody got it. Somebody got it. There you go. There you go. Somebody guessed correctly. Email me your Cash App. Somebody guessed that correctly. Finally. So, yeah, it's Cherry from a show called Punky Brewster. Now, it wasn't the most popular show, so I can see why y'all didn't get it. But yeah, it was Cherry from a show called Punky Brewster. So she's still a little bit older than me, but back then we watched shows in syndication. And I remember watching an episode. So she was like, what is it? I guess it was like third grade. She was like third grade cute. And then later she was on Family Matters and she was Waldo's girlfriend. She was like third grade cute, and she did an episode, and I think all of them did an episode like this where they were delayed, their titties didn't come out until later or something. They were late bloomers in that regard, and she had like ordered this thing, of course not online, I guess through a phone book or something. She ordered this thing that you push together and to make her titties. Somebody told her that by doing this exercise, her titties would get bigger. And I was like, and she was like, I must increase my bust. And I'm just sitting there, getting 8-year-old hard watching her do this. True story. So she was definitely my crush. There was, of course, Lisa Turtle, who, due to no fault of her own, didn't age well. And I'm not talking about looks. There's mental concerns. That's, once again, no fault of her own. And, of course, Tatiana Ali, who aged well, just not as well as Cherry. But, yeah, as far as I am aware, she is at the top of my list of childhood crushes that aged very well. I'll show you what I mean. She was kind of skinny and Saved by the Bell. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is that conditioning I was talking about. What do you mean skinny? Lisa Turtle was not skinny. How come Kelly Kapowski or Jessie wasn't skinny? That's the fuck I'm talking about. We have been conditioned to think fat is normal, and therefore, we was conditioned to think that fat is normal, and therefore a woman who is regular size, Lisa Turtle was regular size, we were conditioned to think that regular size women were abnormal. No, she was fine. Talking about she's skinny. That's fat bitch talk. That's what they call women like Lisa Turtle. Because they're jealous. They're evil, jealous, fat women. That's don't fall for don't eat the chitlins in Mississippi dirt that they try to feed your ass. That she was an attractive young woman. So this is Cherry. This is Cherry now, and damn if she don't look good still. Dizam. So I'm going to do a video about her tomorrow because apparently she does an interview. Oh, here we go. So this is her on the show. So that's when I had a crush on her. Like I say, she was a little bit older than me, but the show made it appear as if she was my age. And then the funny thing about her is, or the interesting thing about her is that as my interest changed, and of course it's going to change. Like, the definition of beauty for an 8-year-old is going to be different than the definition of beauty for an 18-year-old. So as my definition of beauty changed, she changed with it perfectly each time. So as I got older, of course she got older, and then she started moving into roles like she was on Moesha. I think she was on Moesha, or she was on the Parkers. I think one of those two. And she became not cute, which is on the way that an 8-year-old could appreciate. She became sexy in the way a teenager can appreciate. So like every stage in her life, she had a different type of appeal. Now, her career wasn't so consistent to where I seen her in her 20s and 30s and stuff like that. So, but I'm pretty sure that it was consistent had I seen her. And then now here she is in her 40s and she looked like as I just displayed. So yeah, that is her. That's her body of work. She could have the shittiest personality alive, for all I know. Maybe she do. Who knows? I don't. But I'll find out tomorrow when I do a show on her, like when I see one of her interviews. But yeah, she is like the best preserved crush that I have. Now, was she the biggest crush that I had? The answer to that is no. She wasn't the biggest crush that I had growing up. Probably because her show wasn't as popular as some of the other shows. I know for a fact that a larger crush that I had was a woman that wasn't my age, but she appeared to be my age because she was in syndication, and that was Kim Fields, who was Tootie on a show called Facts of Life. And she was a cute girl who was in skates and stuff. But that show was 10 years behind or so when I seen it. And I thought that she was my age. And then she was on a show called Living Single. And I was still a kid when that was coming out. So I was like, oh, that's the same girl? So it was kind of like a mind fuck then. Yeah, same with Janet Jackson and Penny. So I wouldn't say that Cherry was my biggest crush growing up, but she was definitely like, of all the crushes I had, including Tatiana Ali, she aged the best. She aged the best. She hit the 40s like ridiculously the best. But yeah, I didn't know Janet Jackson was older than me. In fact, I would watch, because when you're young and you're black and you have 4 channels because your dad too cheap for fucking cable, you kind of just watched Different Strokes and Good Times back to back over and over again when you're not watching cartoons. And I didn't know that was the same chick. Like one episode, she'll be Penny from Good Times, and the next episode, she'll be Willis's girlfriend on Different Strokes, but older. And me just watching both, not even realizing that. And after that, I watch a Janet Jackson video where she's full grown. And me not knowing that this is the same person. Not knowing that this is the same person. She'll be on a video, nasty boys. It's Janet. It's Jackson. If you know, I'm watching that like, oh, that's a sexy grown woman, and then that's an attractive teenage girl. Like, oh, and this is a pretty girl my age. That's exact, all in the same damn day. That's how TV worked back then. Now you never have to watch anything twice. All right, let me go back to the topic at hand. That was a big tangent. Yeah. So y'all talking about Kim Coles. Kim Coles was she did fight it her whole life. So it's weird because I seen her on an interview and she was saying that she made more money while being fat. Because she did like fat modeling and she was pretty when she was on In Living Color. And then she got beef with one of the Wayne sisters or some crap like that, and she was kicked off the show. And then she started doing fat modeling, and then she got picked up for living single. She slimmed down and then got picked up for living single. Yeah, she struggled with. I don't give a damn. Like, listen, it's what I want. Fuck your damage. Where's my sandwich? I don't care what you have to do to give it to me. Just give it to me. Yeah, Kim Waynes. Yeah, the one from Boys in the Hood. All right, hold on. Let me. It was a waste of yellow. I don't care if a chick is yellow if she's fat. I really don't care if she's yellow if she's thin, but that's here nor there.
Propaganda, and that we have not by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so people with UK accents of any type, whether Scottish, Irish, or English, are always funny as hell. Like, there's somebody who does movie reviews, like Drunken Critic or something like that. I forget. Y'all know what I'm talking about. He says, that's my review. Go, Critical Drinker. Go away now. It's funny. So I didn't know that he had an accent. So prepare yourself for some funny shit. Let's listen.
Imagination won yet. Even if, as usual, in an attempt to reflect reality, the creators end up accidentally reflecting one of feminism destroying young men. Quite the opposite of the propaganda's intent. And make no mistake, that is what Adolescence is. Propaganda. But don't take my word for it. Take that of the series' creator, as, I quote, "It started with my friend, Stephen Graham. Stephen called me up and said we should write a show about boys hating girls, and about knife crime, which in the UK is really problematic now." End quote. Explicitly and expressly, the intent.
If TV and stuff like that didn't exist, I would love to hear a let's just say Brit. Irishmen are made of different stuff, and so are the Scots. So let's just say Brits, a true tea drinking Brit, right? I would like to see them grow up in the hood. Because they say stuff like, oh, knife crime is such a terrible thing. There's been a rampage of knifing. I want to see them in Compton. I want to see their reaction to that. You would swear that they never heard of anything worse than knives.
Of the show is to create a story about young men hating women. Some have also suggested a good old racist angle as well, that the show was based on the 2024 Southport stabbing, where a young black man stabbed and killed a young white girl. And the media quite famously used a very charitable picture of the perpetrator. The suspicion then was that Netflix, whose proclivity for
He had a forehead on him.
race swaps have become quite legendary, including making a Viking chieftain into a black woman,
What the hell?
had race swapped the black murderer into a white boy. This is, however, not quite true, as the show was planned and finished filming before the Southport stabbing. It was not, however, planned or finished before the...
Oh, okay. So it wasn't about that because this was done before that. Okay.
Croydon bus stop murder. Or, of course, the most famous scandal in recent British history, the grooming scandals, where estimates vary from 19,000 to 250,000 young girls were systematically sexually exploited, murdered, and worse, by, quote, Asian men. There are indeed groups of people in the modern...
Press 1 in the chat room if you were sitting there thinking, I hope he's not black, I hope he's not black, I hope he's not black, I hope he's not black. That whole time. Press 1 in the chat room if that's what's going through. Because when he was like, 19,000 girls was groomed and blah, blah, I'm like, I hope he wasn't black, I hope he wasn't black, I hope he wasn't black, I hope he wasn't black. And then this happened. You were like, whew. Oh, just one of y'all. Y'all just don't like person 1.
Day United Kingdom.
Is that what that is? Ragnarok? I see that coming up on my feed. I don't watch that shit. I think I seen like 2 seconds. I was like, oh, this is some bullshit.
That hate women, or who at the very least see them as lesser beings. But these groups are rarely composed of white British men. So whilst the claim of the show being based on the Southport murder does indeed appear false, I can all but guarantee the race of the perpetrator is not a complete coinky-dinky-winky, especially considering knife crime statistics in the UK, with examples from London where 2/3 of knife crime offenders were from a minority background.
Okay, so he's definitely not as fun as some of the other Brits and Scots and Irish people that I've listened to. He obviously is on some race shit, but let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
But as the creators too mentioned in the previous quote, the knife crime issue was secondary to boys hating girls. This is made even more evident by the fact that, as the creators state, Adolescence is not a crime show. The 4 episodes are not spent trying to figure out who did it, who really killed the young girl or why, or piecing together evidence. Instead, the guilt of the young boy is made completely clear at the end of episode 1. Again, this is not a crime show, it is not a piece of entertainment, it is propaganda. First, second, and thirdly. Now, it is an excellently crafted piece of propaganda, mind you. The performances are exceptional. The camera work is beautiful, and the emotional weight on display in certain scenes, particularly the last of them all, is genuinely heart-wrenching.
I agree.
But it remains propaganda, as the real thrust of the show remains the idea of boys that hate girls. So, what does this mean? Well,
So, yeah, he is on some race shit. Not to say that his concerns is completely invalid, but I'm glad that I took time out to hear him out regardless. Because, yes, it is. It was just one big propaganda thing. Well acted, well directed, well written, as most British stuff is. Let's be clear on that. They're better than Americans on writing. And I'm not going to give it to them on acting, but I am going to give it to them on writing. That's something that's uncontestable. So, it was that. It was exactly as he described.
Revolves around what the show calls the manosphere. It even name drops Andrew Tate and claims him to be one of the central points of the term incel. Now, calling a 13-year-old boy Jamie, the one suspected and eventually confessed to the murder of the young girl in question, Katie, an involuntary celibate, is of course ridiculous. But the show in essence uses incel to mean person who hates women, or even more correctly.
And there we have it. And he put into words what I couldn't when on the previous video, the woman highlighted the word incel, even though it was, in conjunction with words like white supremacist, stuff like that. She highlighted that word incel. And that's because it's injunction, it's used in connection with someone who hates women as opposed to what the actual definition is. Of course, if you hate women, you're less likely to have regular sexual intercourse with them. That's just a theory. I'm pretty sure that there are white supremacists who have regular sexual intercourse with non-white women, but nevertheless, that's the thing. So those two things can and may go hand in hand. And then there's the cause and effect, like a person hates women because he's an incel, or a person is an incel because he hates women. Chicken and egg thing really doesn't matter. But yeah, they were using it in that way, and so was she. When really, because outside of that, it doesn't really make sense to call a 13-year-old boy an incel. It doesn't.
Person who has been affected and or indoctrinated into hating women. The show also presents the term as one of the key triggers that led Jamie to murdering young Kate, who had been apparently bullying Jamie on social media, where she was calling him an incel, meaning to indicate that he would be a virgin for life. And the show presents these...
Okay, so I guess that's what that means when it's said to a 13-year-old. Oh, crap. That's the theme song to this phone game that I play, but from time to time. I guess that makes a little bit more sense. It doesn't, well, that's equivalent to calling somebody like a loser. It's a prediction and perhaps not a completely accurate one. Like, you don't like that. What does she know about your future? All she knows is that she's never going to fuck you. She has no idea what your sex life is going to be in the future. She doesn't even know what your physical appearance is going to be in the future. And quite frankly, she's not even sure if she's not going to fuck you in the future, to be perfectly honest.
Terms, manosphere, incel, etc., like they are some strange, obscure things. Like magical formulas that completely baffles our 30, 40-something police officers. They bring up, for example, what the show refers to as a manosphere idea, that 80% of women are attracted to 20% of men. Now, this is clearly a paraphrasing of a fairly famous statistic, namely that women consider 80% of men to be below average in attractiveness. Or that, to put it the other way around like in the show, that women are only attracted to the top 20% of men. This is, however, not some strange internet myth. It's numbers from a dating site. Hello Cupid, you see, did a survey of its female members, asking them to rate the male members' attractiveness. And that is where it emerged that they found the majority of men on the site to not be attractive. 80%. This number is not some fanciful figment dreamt into being by basement-dwelling males who can't get laid. It's women's position on the matter. And reality does seem to bear it out as well. Marriage rates are down, massively so over the last 50 years. And more men seem to just be checking out of the dating market in general. Men appear demoralized. And that is a big part of adolescence. As the show heavily...
Okay. I want him to bring this back to how this would affect 13-year-olds. Because I get it. Grim, things are grim for adult men. But 13-year-old, it would be par for the course, like 13. Okay, so take the movie American Pie. Now, American Pie, was a group of young men before this whole sexless generation began, and they were sexless, and they were older than 13. I think they were like 16 to 18, maybe 18, because I think they were seniors in high school. And they were virgins, all four of them. And nobody really just came out and called them incel to make a point of it, because it was pointless to do something like that. It was kind of stupid. And the whole movie was about one of them fucked the pie. But it wasn't like a big deal. They're 17, 18, and they haven't fucked anybody yet. They all had a healthy outlook on that situation. This is just, there's something else going on other than sexlessness that is going on with young people. And I wish that there was a movie that explored that. But like you said, this isn't a movie, this is propaganda. I'm just curious. Yeah, it's perfectly normal. Like The Wood, they were in high school also. And they bet on who would get the pussy first. They just kept putting the money in a jar. That's perfectly natural. It was, what the fuck? Like, technically, I guess they would be incels, but they're supposed to be. So when writing this movie, to say that there's a correlation between 13-year-old virgins and shit like this happening is weird, because everything prior to this would just show it being perfectly natural to be sexless at 13.
Implies that Jamie wanted to date Katie, and her rejection of him, along with subsequent bullying, was the cause why he chose to murder her. The question then, of course, evolves into why such an extreme reaction was the outcome. I have my theory, but let's begin with the show's and the creator's idea, who of course claim it to be the aforementioned manosphere, the hatred of women. And
when you're British, you say stuff like the aforementioned. I don't say that word because I'm not British, but it's like the aforementioned manosphere, because he's British, and that's how they talk.
This it attempts to show and again, in particular in the third episode, when a psychologist sits down with Jamie and after a long exchange asks if he understands what death is, if he understands that Katie is gone, and thus any allegations that Jamie makes as to her character are irrelevant. The bullying, her being mean, or as Jamie puts it, a bitch, are all irrelevant. There are articles on the internet also going into quite some length to explain that what's going on here is that Jamie is suffering from entrenched manosphere ideology. and that Jamie did this because he didn't see something wrong in it, or that he believed his actions to be justified, etc. Again, the show mentions this a lot. It talks about it a lot, but does very little to show or indicate it. Jamie himself never claims to hate girls. In fact, he was
and that's what's weird. Like I said in my analysis of the previous video, the only reference to the manosphere was that she called him an incel. They didn't even write that he, I mean, it's not like when the police busted into his room, it was pictures of Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels just on the wall with a halo in the background. It's just like, and really the only reason why the manosphere was mentioned was his son was explaining to the dad where the term came from, where the term incel came from. That doesn't really link him to anything. It doesn't. I'm trying to think of like an example of like if a person says, he's a Trekkie or something like that, or a nerd. Now, somebody calls somebody else a nerd and, it's like, okay, that person thinks that I'm a nerd. And if I commit a heinous act, it's because of nerd culture somehow? Even though I didn't call myself one? It's just one of those things.
Pursuing Katie romantically. He wants a girlfriend. He puts on the airs of a young boy, claiming he has seen girls topless, etc. He is also deeply insecure, considering himself ugly, for example, referring back to the 80% thing, which the show attributes to the manosphere, when in reality, again, it's a woman thing.
Yeah.
The show also presents, or tries to do so, that Jamie's response to the interview, which is to get aggressive, is another piece of evidence that he has been indoctrinated into the manosphere, and thus reacts naturally with violence, with intimidation towards women. But I believe this, in fact, to be evidence of the exact opposite. That what the left thinks is toxic masculinity is something quite different. See, in the scenario, the psychologist is a woman and uses very feminine means against Jamie. It is all about his feelings. She's digging into his relationship with other men, whether they are very angry. She asks how masculine men might feel about women. She asks if Jamie knows what being a man is, or what masculine is. Simultaneously, she withholds all.
Okay, so it's funny because he caught a lot of things that I didn't catch. And yes, it is coming back to me now. It was that type of mind fuck. And probably because I'm impervious to it, I just tuned it out. But yeah, and then now little things are coming to me, like she tried to probe to see if his father abused him, but didn't see if his mother abused him. So you're right, this is bitch tactics.
All assurance from Jamie. She will not contradict him when he says that he is ugly, or that his father is not proud of him. This is to maintain.
Okay, somebody says, I'm going to address this. So Droopy Dog says, why is an adult woman judging this underage boy's looks? It didn't happen like that. So what happened was he said that she didn't like me because I'm ugly. Now, typically when people say that, this is a tactic, and of course a 14-year-old boy isn't going to be aware that an adult is going to be impervious to a tactic like this. Even though some of you aren't, But basically, that's fishing for a compliment. Because in my opinion, if I'm able to judge such things, he doesn't seem to be ugly or anything like that. So he's looking for someone to say, or at least looking for her to say, no, you're not ugly, which is something that an adult would and possibly should say to a child with low self-esteem. And she didn't do that. So that's how that came up. You know, it wasn't that he just stood up and say, so do I look good or something like that? You know, he fished for a compliment and she didn't bite. I hate it when adult women do that. I really do. And it's a lose-lose because women put guys in lose-loses all the time. It's and then they wonder why they lose. But women fish for compliments, and yeah, they just do. I'm thinking about this one time at a previous job of mine when I was working in a call center. A woman was trying to get me to compliment her, but the problem was that she was fat. But you know, of course, I'm not GC at work. And this was before I even became GC, but I'm not GC at work for obvious reasons. And she said that you're so nice. You know, she said, I was seeing this one guy who said that I look like the cow that jumped over the moon. And that's a line from the movie that came out, you know, a couple of years prior to this event happening, before her mentioning it. That's a line from the movie Why Did I Get Married Part 1, where dude was like, you look like the cow that jumped over the moon. So I'm like, either she's making it up or he got that from the movie and he said that to her. Or there's no dude at all. I really think that she just made it up. She just made it up. Why would a dude that's fucking you say that you look like the cow that jumped over the moon after taking his dick out of your mouth? Like, so yeah, I'm thinking that she made the whole shit up. And I guess I was supposed to respond with, there's nothing wrong with that. It's, you know, but I didn't respond at all. Actually, I think I just said, oh, he got that from the Tyler Perry movie. Because she was searching for a compliment. She wanted me to be Gregory Hines. But I'm not Gregory Hines. Zoom to Thailand is Gregory Hines. I'm not Gregory Hines. Who's Gregory Hines? I'm going to tell you who Gregory Hines is. On the movie Waiting to Exhale. I know, I watch a lot of movies. But y'all do too, because y'all know what I'm talking about. On the movie Waiting to Exhale, Loretta Devine's fat ass met the neighbor, a character played by Gregory Hines. In addition to being fat, she was a single mother. And she bought him a plate of food, or she invited him over for dinner, and then she was like, you know, I got greens, hog maw, Mississippi dirt, I got chitlins, I got chicken, I got okra, I got biscuits, I got butter beans. You know, she just went down like a whole like trough of fucking food that she has for a regular meal with her and her 17-year-old son, played by the dude on the T-Mobile commercials. So she went through like a whole trough of food, and she said, I shouldn't be eating that much anyway, seeing how big I am. And he responded, and they zoomed in on his lips. Shout out to Zoom to Thailand. They zoomed in on his lips and said, I like a woman with a little meat on her bones. When a fat bitch calls herself fat, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I like a woman with a little meat on her bone. It's not meat, it's fat. You nasty bastard. Your ass should have been the one to zoom to Thailand. Then you be the first one that looked like you there. Somebody say salute to Zoom. I don't have anything against Zoom. No beef against Zoom. And it's not an insult, because Gregory Hines is not like the ugliest nigga alive or something like that. And I think that I'm not the first person to say that you look like Gregory Hines. I know I'm not. You look like that your whole damn life. I know I'm not the first person to say you look like Gregory Hines. You look like Gregory Hines. So, yeah. So that's fishing for compliments. Let's play some more.
Her neutrality as a psychologist, yet she also attempts to induce guilt into him for his actions.
Why does Mississippi dirt sound like real food? Because it is real food in Mississippi. Fuck if I ever eat it, and fuck if I ever go there.
She even drives him into a rage several times with her questions, as Jamie doesn't have any answers to any of them. And so he responds like any human does, with frustration, with upset and hurt, which is very telling. Because with so many of these questions being about what a man is, what masculinity is, it tells us that Jamie, a 13-year-old boy, has no idea what masculinity is. He has no idea what being a man is. These are questions that have never been raised with him. And so he lashes out, because he has no other recourse. He has no other answer. This child who has been corrupted by the manosphere has no concept of masculinity. Does that make sense to you? At the very least, if he had indeed been corrupted, he should have had some negative idea of masculinity. He should have some view of strength or aggression that he could verbalize. At the very least, he would have some points he could parent, right? And yet there is nothing. How could a boy have no idea what masculinity is, what being a boy is? Well, look at what surrounds him. At their school, we see pride flags. We see trans flags. We see non-binary flags.
You see? That's British. That's British. I didn't even notice all that shit going on in the background. And I have an eye for that. Those of you who watch me long know that I do. I got an eye for background shit. And I didn't notice that.
We see what appears to be an upside-down pansexual flags. This appears to be a very intersectional school, and unsurprisingly, the children are completely out of control. One teacher describes it as absolute chaos. The teachers have no respect amongst the students who do whatever they want.
Which is true.
There is even a fight that breaks out in full view of the teachers, where a girl attacks a boy, one of Jamie's friends, and she is later seemingly just let off.
Yes, I pointed that out.
Now, in the show's eyes, this is yet another sign of toxic masculinity, of young boys acting out, demonstrating their dominance in the classroom by mocking the teachers, by repeatedly verbally calling them out and doing exactly what they tell them to not do, with again no respect for the teachers. This is supposed, yet again, to be a sign of toxic masculinity, but this is a school in 2024 or 2025, etc. The absolute, unquestioned dominant force in society today is not masculinity. It is feminism. It has been feminism for the last 30.
He is killing it. He is killing it. I will go there meaning England, before I go to Mississippi, but I'm not going to go to England either. I'm not going to go to a place full of Americanized bitches with worse teeth. They're worser. Or they're the same, just with the teeth thing going on. Fuck that.
30+ years. And it has demonstrated again and again that it has no answer to men and young boys' problems. These children are acting out because there is nothing to prevent them from doing so. Feminism does not have an answer for a young boy looking for boundaries. Which is the exact same thing that happens in the scene with the psychologists, where all she does as he is raging around the room is sit there and look at him and remain feminine, soft. She does not set any boundaries. In fact, she relies on a man to come in and set the boundaries for her. And even he is bound by the shackles of femininity. Stop it, Jamie. You're hurting yourself, Jamie. Don't do that, Jamie. The young boys do not respect anything because there is nothing to respect. Femininity in this way, this level of dominance over society appears to be outright toxic to society. And it leads to situations where, to attempt to make it seem less so, the show loses contact with reality. For example, shortly thereafter, one of the lady detectives says, only the perpetrator is important. The people only remember Jamie and forget about the victim, Katie.
Okay.
As if to indicate that society is...
That is not true. So, for those of you who are not my age and didn't grow up in California, but you've heard of the Three Strikes Law, the Three Strikes Law is the result, the byproduct of a kidnapping of a young girl, probably around the same age as this boy, by the name of Polly Klaas. She was kidnapped by some guy that took her bike, and when she went back to go get the bike, apparently kidnapped her. But it was this whole thing because he was a repeat offender. I don't know if his crime was sexual, or if his motivation was sexual, or what have you. I hope it wasn't. But she didn't survive it. And they said, like, okay, this guy has been in and out of prison more than 3 times. We have to put a stop to this. So we're going to come with the Three Strikes Law. And that's how that got started. I think it's over now. But that's how that got started. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because I always remember the name Polly Klaas. And I don't know the name of the person who did it, who committed that heinous act. But in many cases, in almost every case, people remember the name of the victim as well. Like, people know the name Trayvon Martin. They know the name Rodney King. They don't know the name of the cops, but they know the name Rodney King. They know the name Oscar Grant. They don't know the name of the cop, the singular cop in his case, but they know the name Oscar Grant. Tamir Rice. Like, you do remember the names of the victims. So he's right. They just say shit to say it.
Is not, in fact, dominated purely by femininity. And its only concern is for further feminization of society. Yes, again, this is absolute weapons-grade nonsense, as exemplified by the response to Adolescence. There are dozens of articles calling for more protections for women now. Protecting girls is a matter of the utmost urgency for British Parliament. Politicians are talking...
See, this is why they make this propaganda, so they can ask for more protection. And what does protection mean? It means, all that protection means, because they're pretty fucking safe. And there isn't like anything they could have done to prevent this. Like a cop on every corner would not have prevented this, because, these kids would have went to a place where there aren't any cops. They wanted to talk about something outside of the eyes of adults. A bunch of grown people, a bunch of grown men patrolling that don't know what red pill is or what an incel is, isn't going to help with the problems of children. So yeah, but nevertheless, they do stuff like this so people can be aware of the threat. They want people to be aware of the threat that's amongst them. And that threat is men. And all they're doing is they're using the men, the protection, as enforcers of women's rule. Hit the like button.
Talking and the media are all abuzz. Girls must be protected. Meanwhile, men are more than twice as likely to be the victims of murder or violence in general. Yet, no one ever calls for protection for men. Indeed, men's issues are so rarely even on the agenda that it might as well be never. And even when they are brought up, the issues are near universally viewed through a feminist lens. We have literally a week-old example of this. In a video I did where in Norway, we have 3 women debating whether or not feminism should start dealing with men's issues. Because feminism is the only force in our society right now. This is the true root of a lot of our problems today. Let me put it like this as well. Even were we to assume that the manosphere is just evil, just exploitative, and purely grifting, as our ex-LBC reporter here claims, as yet another woman with background in media blaming men for all of this. In this case, a fictional crime, yet calling for further real-life restrictions on men. But leaving that aside, why would young men be seeking out this evil manosphere? Is it because young men as well are just evil and must be reined in from their predatory proclivities? Well, if that's the case, we are all fucked. But no, of course that is not the case. So why then? Why seek out someone like Andrew Tate, one of the mainstream media's favorite examples of toxic masculinity? It is precisely because it is an element of masculinity. As I have said before, the Tate brothers appear to be quite genuinely terrible people to me. Human trafficking charges rarely land at the feet of good Samaritans. But Jamie has quite literally no concept of masculinity. His father evidently has communicated none of it to him. And the one time his father grew angry is now presented as a shameful moment, something negative and bad. Even later on, when the father loses his temper, understandably so after a hard day, including outright harassment and someone spray painting nonce on his van, he is shamed for his temper. And in essence told,
if there's a British person here, tell me what nonce is. I don't know what that is. It's not English, or it's not American. What is nonce?
He should just bottle it up. This is not how men work. This is yet again a woman's solution to a man's problem. And the story goes on with the dad as well. The police think the dad may have been abusing Jamie. The dad constantly worries that he might be doing something wrong during the interviews and investigations. The dad further worries that he had done something wrong with raising Jamie. At the very end, he stands in Jamie's room and apologizes to his bed. Meanwhile, the only thing the mom says is, "I was a good mom, and we should have done better." And the show ends with the dad saying that he is sorry and that he should have done better. At no point does the mother even question herself. At no point does the show even for an instant doubt that the dad is the one at fault here, or Jamie. Not for a single solitary instance is any other cause for this even so much as considered. And yet the show itself displays a world devoid of masculinity. A world in which Jamie cannot even grasp what it is to be a man beyond sports and trips to the pub. Jamie doesn't know what it is. His father doesn't know what it is. And even the show itself makes no attempt to explain what masculinity is, beyond stating that the remedy to men's problems is more feminism, which perfectly mirrors our real world, where masculinity is all but dead and buried, not just in a political and societal sense, but even in entertainment. James Bond, the most alpha of alpha males, the blueprint of masculinity for generations, the gentleman's gentleman, was recently replaced by a black woman and then killed. Is there any wonder then that young men are quite literally chased into any alternative they can find? Again, let's take the worst examples of the Tates. Look at the lifestyle they are selling. Fast cars, muscles, and hot bitches. Call it juvenile all you want. Call it a power...
Okay, I think that people... Because even Bill Maher mentioned the Tates in a bad way. I think that people somewhat get it, but they don't completely get it. Or maybe there's something about the Tate brothers, I don't know. But I'm of the mind to where a person is innocent until proven guilty. And maybe it's because I'm black. And I do understand that women are capable of lying. Therefore, just because he was accused of a crime, I'm not going to treat him as if he committed it. Maybe I'm different in that regard. Or once again, maybe there's like Diddy level evidence out there that I'm unaware of. Y'all let me know.
Our fantasy or toxic masculinity, etc., but bereft of all other sources of masculinity, this becomes what young men want. Apparent wealth, success, women. These are, at their cause, as common fantasies to men as knights in shining armor or businessmen with sex dungeons.
Somebody's trying to protect this foolishness. Listen, all right, it says technically she wasn't 007, well, she was 008. Who cares? Listen, the thing is that they pull this shit all the time. It's the same. Yeah, technically she wasn't a Skywalker. No, she was just some bitch that knew everything and did everything and was perfect in every way, and they killed off Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. They kept Lando Calrissian because he's a minority, and they just fucked the whole series up. My bad. I shouldn't have said foolishness. And I'm not talking about it's your foolishness. I'm talking about the show. It's that type of foolishness that they make, that they put out there. What they do is this is an out with the old, in with the new. Men are old, women are new. So we're going to take all the roles that men were in and put women in it and call it something else. They did it with Men in Black. What's her name said, maybe we should call it X-Women. So yes, they are doing this. They are taking classical male roles and putting women in it. And what's worse is the women aren't watching it because they don't want to watch women do men stuff. Like, what did they think they were going to do with that? And I didn't watch 007, not because of the black woman thing, but because, it's more of a British thing. Where did they think that they were going to go with that? Did they think that they were going to appeal to a audience of British black women? What are there, like 4 British black women or some shit like that? And I doubt that they would watch. Jessica X will make it 4.5. I doubt that they would watch that shit. So yeah, they do this whole swap thing, hoping to appeal to a new audience. But really, they are just turning off their existing audience. Take football, for example. I'm a nerd. There isn't shit that they can do to football that would make me watch it. And if they ever tried to make football more nerd friendly, it would just turn off the people who already like football. It's not going to turn, there's nothing they could do. Even if halftime, everybody just pulled out lightsabers and went at it, I still would not watch football. And the people who already watch it would be like, what the fuck are they doing? Even if they hired nerd players, you would just make the league shitty for the people who already watch it. And that's what they're doing with stuff like Star Wars and Star Trek and James Bond. They're not getting women to watch this stuff because no matter what, women are not going to watch James Bond. It is not in their DNA. So just stop it. They're not going to do it. You know who's smart? I forget his name, but he's a Chinaman. Or he's Oriental of some sort. Maybe not a Chinaman. But he invented the video game called Pac-Man. And he invented Pac-Man to be a game that is appealing to women or girls. And turns out that, though girls liked it more than most every other video game, they didn't like it as much as boys. And what he realized then is that there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to make women play video games to the extent that men do. There's nothing you can do. Nothing at all. So he just gave up then and there, and wisely so. Because they still don't play video games. A long time has passed. There's nothing you could do. It's just not in their DNA to like that shit. And it's not in a woman's DNA to like James Bond movies. So who are you trying to impress by ruining classical figures? You're going to have a 007 movies where you kill off 007? What kind of shit is that? You're going to have a Star Wars movie where you kill off Luke Skywalker? And I'm not talking about kill him off like they killed off Anakin Skywalker on some like grandiose ending or grand. No. He just drank green milk and died. You fucking shit writers. You simple whores. To make shit like that.
Are to women. And if you eradicate all other traces of masculinity, as we have indeed done, you grant...
Women are only pretending to like games. They only play games when they're on Twitch and people are watching. Absolutely. They play video games to fucking try to get my dick. They're after my fucking penis. They think that I'm gonna watch them play video games and think that they're genuine and want to fuck them any more than I did when they wasn't playing video games. Listen, if I want to fuck you, it's not because you have a controller in your hand. It's because you're sexy. What kind of shit is that? Oh, she understands me. She like video games. Shut your stupid ass up. She don't like video games. She's just doing that to promote her OnlyFans or whatever the fuck she got going on. To try to seduce your stupid ass. See, Kaya got it right. If you want to seduce my fucking penis, then give it food. What, you think I get turned on watching a bitch play video games? In a messy house? Fuck that. Do shit that I like to see you do. See, that's why they make lingerie. That's why certain things is lingerie. Like a nurse's uniform. We want to see you nurse me, sponge bath me, and shit like that. A maid uniform. We want to see you clean up and shit. Notice how there's no doctor uniform because we don't want to see your ass do an open heart surgery on me. And we don't want to see you in a video game uniform either. Miss me with that shit. Be a stewardess, bitch.
The likes of the Tates of the world a monopoly on it. Not because they are the best, not because they are the finest representations of masculinity out there, but because there is nothing else. Once more, Adolescence is the example of its own failings. The manosphere are not out there creating 4-hour-long propaganda series for Netflix. They can't. And even if they could, they would not be allowed to air it. As even now we have those calling for further crackdown on male content creators over a fictional story. This is not a problem caused by masculinity. It is a problem caused by its eradication. As the show itself says, all a kid needs is one thing to feel okay about. And Jamie could not even feel okay about what he was. At school, he was a cis-het white male. To girls, he was an incel. And to his psychologist, he was a victim of toxic masculinity. Jamie may not be real, yet the problems he illustrates, both by his conspicuous color and by his inability.
You see, it's shit like this that gave birth to Trump.
Ability to even conceptualize of masculinity beyond boobs, beer, and sports. These are very real problems. And just to hammer the point home, I will leave you now with 20 seconds of what the current year defines as positive masculinity.
Oh, crap.
Do try not to look away.
I was going to look away. It's funny you said that. What the fuck? All right.
Trump announced.
Okay. So, yeah, that happened. That happened. That was a thing. I knew it. I was worried there was going to be a thing, and it turned into a thing. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks to everybody that participated. Hit the like button on your way out. Game Changer 00100. Game over. Peace. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't vote for Trump because they were getting sick of soft man. Let me make that clear. They voted for Trump because they actually give a fuck about their sons. You see, so many women, feminists, particularly black women, don't give a shit about their sons. If they did, they would not be feminists at all. White women are willing to take it only so far. Black women will take it all the fucking way. As sad as that sounds. All right. Now it's over. Peace.